What's good, everybody? Right on, right on. Looks like we're good. Chilling. Awesome. Good stuff. Easy peasy. Picking all of our seaweed. Might as well, just stay on top of that. It's crazy. We have just so much seaweed banked. Crafting. Got 86 fucking banked, apparently. Yo, what's good, Moosey? What's good, Ralph? Wolf? Good to see you guys. I think I want to grind a little bit of Hunter tonight. That's the plan. I fuck with a little Hunter. You guys know that. That's the plan. Do a little Hunter, do a little Royal Titans. Nice chill Friday. Hope doing fine, doing fine, doing fine, doing fine. It was cool, well, not like cool, but it was nice to kind of like listen into Sardako and how he's been doing with all this stuff and hitting the wall and blah 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 blah. And so yeah, like it's cool to know, and just even I don't know, like kind of like the really it's more the whole part of it how um like the expectations from chat and everything like that definitely that gets to me and everything, right? Where people be like, oh, do whatever you want, and it's like, yeah, but also like there's the consideration for like for chat and everything, for you guys. And so I want to, let's actually, yeah, let's. So long story short, there are times where it's more than just it's more than just like what I want to do, basically, right? People, oh, do whatever's fun, do whatever you want to do, and it's like, yeah, but like there's, I have to consider the content of the stream and everything like that, you know. So that's basically it. But it's nice to hear that, and it, of course, basically, but like, I'm not the only one feeling that way. I was talking about it just like last night where it's like, oh, CG this and blah 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 that. And it's like, yeah, you don't, you're chilling. You don't have to worry about it. It'll come when it comes. So I don't know. I think we really are gonna be like leading more into that where it is just kind of like chilling. Get another Slayer ring. I would pause that for now. We got all that, so then we can replace our birdhouses, and then we'll yeah, we'll just yeah, we need the whistle. Let's take all of our money. Anything else I want to grab right now? Nah, we'll get there when we get there. So let's travel on. Go to north of the camp. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep on kind of skilling and doing my thing, especially like, you know, seeing like Sard, not like struggle. I feel like that's kind of just got such a negative connotation, but like, hit the wall with like supplies or whatever. And I feel like because we're kind of taking it slower, like won't really hit that same wall. Also, seeing that guy in the green graceful, um, I can do a graceful recolor, and I think I'm gonna do that shit tonight. Everybody have a nice little Halloween. I know I just kind of had like my whole little speech there about content and everything. Like, it's funny, it goes through waves of like being chill, not being chill, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Mid game crisis, all that. But I really do think we're kind of just chilling. Take the kid out of the blast. Hell yeah. Wow, everyone's got green graceful. Or is that just the same guy? Got to be the same guy. I think we're gonna do red graceful. It's gonna look pretty nice. I'm pretty sure I've like done the quest to unlock it. We'll double check on all that stuff. Okay, yeah, we'll just go to the bank over here. The city's red color, awesome. How many marks? I have 1,300 termites. So I'll be doing it the way where it's like buy amylase packs, sell it to Grace, buy and 4 marks of Grace, and then use those marks of Grace to get the red recolor. Papaya. Our bank is too full. Gotta get rid of these seeds. Honestly, maybe we just do that first. And we'll just do, let's do a skills necklace. Let's be lazy. No, I mean it's not even lazy, it's just good. You know, we have a few of them, so we don't have to just like recharge it right away, which is nice. Shit, what am I doing? People around here are still doing their trick-or-treating and all that stuff. But I don't think you'll hear it in the background, so no big deal. So. Oh, you know what? I need a spade. Butler's hating his life right now. Are you doing a big construction grind, I'm guessing? Let's look at the Fastidious recolor.
Farming contract completed.
Completed. Let's see what she tells us to plant, just in case it is an herb. Strawberries. Strawberry. Easy. And I don't feel like planting an anima seed right now. We're kind of not focusing on farming hardcore. We got strawberries, so we'll pick the snape grass. Yeah, I appreciate third fret. Doing a little tired, but what's new? You know. Always wanted a leveled house. Dude, I have so much fucking construction to do, but we have, you know, a ton banked, so that's pretty tight. And I think it's counting it as mahogany homes. Yeah. Like mahogany home, like I don't know. I unlock like the next contract or whatever at level 70, but mahogany planks, like we know, are just way more expensive. And I don't even think it warrants really the price. It's not like it's, you know, like 5 or 3 times more, like than 3 times the XP. You've been using plank make? No, I've been using Auburn Vale. I like that sawmill. The plank make seems alright. a little click intensive or whatever, but makes it like a little bit cheaper, right? Mahogany only if you're rich. Yeah. It's nice to have some mahogany on hand or whatever, uh, but yeah, otherwise kind of chilling. Mahogany is more about saving time than money. Yeah, it just seemed like yeah, it just I don't know. It seemed like it seemed like it doesn't even really save like I don't know. It doesn't seem like that much more EXP. Okay, we did all those. Deposit this. Bum 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 bum. And then we're gonna go do hunter things. We got the pants today, which was kind of cool. We were setting up our block list because I ended up just blocking gray chins. It's just a lower EXP task. It kind of makes sense to me. Um Okay, let's do Slayer Ring, teleport to the Fremi dungeon. From there we go outside. This is a really nice fairy ring option. Like it's kind of underrated. Contracts pretty chill, still a bit expensive, nothing like normal construction training. Okay. Um but yeah, we'll definitely be getting our construction up there. Like um looking forward to looking forward to having a little bit more of like a house or a home, I guess. Not even a house. Bigger house, a home. Ah, I didn't take my meat sack. It's fine. Do I have it unlocked as a task or not going to bother? I don't know yet, to be honest. I think we're going to probably do like a little bit more point boosting. Like I could see myself boosting up to like 1,000 points. Um, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Um, because there are things like that and turning on and turning off tasks. But I suppose like once you get everything you need, you can just do like some tutorial skips and stuff. But even if you want tutorial skips to be like as good as it can be, you want to do some blocks and stuff. So you'd be doing a little bit of point farming. Yeah, it's actually on purpose where I've kind of left it at. Um, the quests from Song of the Elves will take me the rest of the way. At least they should. Like the pre-quests or whatever. Yeah, that's like the longest it's taken me to capture a fucking dashing kebbit. Oh. Ooh, solid fucking song. I bet
Hunter
your friends
rumor
like chocolate.
completed.
He might be him. Is that for like lining up my agility or whatever? Like, it's not a bad idea to have more agility or whatever, because there's like agility checks for those different quests or whatever the fuck, right? Oh, but friends like chocolate. We go where nobody knows, with guns hidden under our petticoats. Alrighty, let's drop this stuff. I love this fucking song. How many rumors have finished? 264. That's what the thingy told me in chat there. Pause it, play it. We go where nobody knows, with guns hidden under our petticoats. I don't mind the I don't even need this net, but I'm still just gonna use it because in my head I'm superstitious that like I get the piece faster by using it. No wiki, no nothing, just superstition. I don't mind catching these guys. It's actually kind of cool. You get your run energy back. So like even if you're running around a bit, like you're kind of chilling. So you don't really have to like just kind of sit in one spot. Um, you don't want to just run around too much. Like it is best to kind of like stay clumped as possible, but you know, you can kind of just spam shit and be good. I haven't like there's too like not I don't know. Too many for me to kind of like really lock down where they like spawn. Because you can kind of do that like, you know, I've done that at the Hunter Guild where I've kind of like marked where a few spawn and I just kind of go in a triangle catching them. But right now, I kind of feel like I kind of got that. Like one should be coming up here in a second. Okay, right here. Yeah, you can kind of just keep on getting them and getting them. If you want to keep Untrimmed Cape, make sure to keep an eye on the other skills. Drop the Hunter Cape just before hitting the second 99. Uh, okay, so I have to drop it before I get the 99. I thought I had to drop it before like I got the cape or something. But it sounds like drop it before the next 99, then telegrab it back or whatever. Found out the hard way after hitting 99 HP. That is pretty rough. It'd be cool to keep Untrimmed Slayer just for like the clout. But if I end up fucking up, we'll just make it a clip. This is a pretty good raid today. Fucking dying at Wardens, dude. That was so wild. Like, that was dumb. And then, I don't know, then it just took like forever to kill or whatever the fuck. But, they're just kind of hanging out. But like, dude, I don't even know what happened. I think I, you know, took something off prayer and like got lightning bolted and shit or something. But I was like genuinely surprised. I was like, oh wait, huh? Honestly, these sunlight moths, I don't feel like are bad like Hunter EXP either. You know, it's just like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, especially, on like I think it's gonna be hard to just not have HP be like our first fucking cape or whatever, because we're already at 90, so if we do like any Slayer or whatever, like even like doing these raids, you get a little bit of fucking EXP, but I don't know. I'm probably like overestimating it, but like I don't
Hunter
know. I don't
rumor
think
completed.
99 health is gonna be that long from now. I feel like it's a pretty common first 99. You got range and hit points. If you focus one, you'll get it before HP. Oh yeah, because like HP is only like a third of the XP or whatever the fuck. Herbivore? Hell yeah. Let's go do herbivore. Ooh, a what fucking Quetzal blueprint. Since I can't sell this on the GE, what I can do, since I already have the whistle, is use on the guild scribe. Use guild scribe. And then you can exchange it for more supplies. Bingo. Imagine I got another one, just infinite fucking. Also, there's my tiles where it's like, catch that moth, catch that one. You just kind of go in a triangle, catching these ones. I find it to kind of be the easiest. I don't know. Probably better to do it like up here or something, but a good little whistle tech. Hell yeah. So our chat was surprisingly quite nice this time around. Majority were complimenting you, even a couple of shit talkers, but they realized the shit talk, all the WoW boys, they got nothing else going on in their lives. Yeah, and like, dude, I'm totally cool with it too. Like, not I wouldn't say just totally cool with it. It's of course, I don't want like people saying mean things or whatever, right? Um, but like I even because like I wasn't streaming at the time, so I snuck in there or whatever, like a couple of times, like reacting to just some funnier comments or whatever, like just a little lol or KEKW or whatever. Like one that was kind of like semi positive or whatever. Some dude was like, "Dude, I hope Jay just spoons the shadow right now just for the crash out." I fucking like did like a KEKW to that one. That was good. Yeah, like I don't know. I think all in all, I don't know. I think like we're chilling out. I think the community's kind of chilling out. Um, what is this even for? Serum 2108 or 208. I'm gonna get rid of it because it's just for that like quest in that mini game. So I don't think I really care because I need bank space. I need to like fix my bank bad. Um, doing herbivore. So dig site pendant got sidetracked. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, Kiwi too. It was kind of nice to just like hear how Sard is like dealing with a lot of the same feelings that I am. You know, expectations that you put on yourself, but also feel somewhat from chat. Um, it's but like it's all Irie. I think it's chilling. Um, like I think we've just like I talk about all the time with how RuneScape is a lot like life and blah blah blah. Because you deal with people, you deal with your emotions. It's all part of the same world, right? So of course there's parts that are similar. Um, like RuneScape exists within the world, so of course there's parts of it that are just like the world. Yeah, I gotta write Mr. Easyscape. I just gotta buy new bank slots or whatever. I mean, it's the same in WoW too. Like Like the base, like I couldn't imagine playing with like just the baseline amount of bank slots. Like I gotta buy all that, all them some bitches, or at least up until it gets to like 100 per tab. Sir, you might be a hoarder. How about you fucking? How about you shut the fuck up?
Hunter rumor completed.
Hunter rumor completed. I didn't even need my dude. That's the second time I've gone 1 for 1 on those motherfuckers. You almost like want to stick around for a few. As long as you're enjoying it, it'll be fine. Yeah, and that's the thing is like you really gotta like just kind of like lean into those cliche kind of phrases because like even though it is kind of like cliche and shit, like you know it's for a reason. Like it that it's gotten like also talk to this guy to re-enable. Um, you can enable back-to-back rumors if you right-click this guy, rumor settings. Enable back-to-back. I disabled them because I wanted to fix um my block list a little bit. GM Dolan. Love to see it. Love to hear it. Yeah, like, and I am a hoarder. I'm sentimental, dude. I have all my defenders and shit. Um, I don't, I don't think they can be like stored in the player house. At least there wasn't a little like warning from the little add-on that I have about that. Um, but yeah, it's just like I don't know. I have all my fucking defenders from bronze to rune to dragon. You drop that shit? No, it's my I stayed up all night, all the way till fucking 11 a.m. the next day, because I wanted to one-shot it in one stream. Because I wasn't gonna be a bitch. So I'm keeping that shit. Fuck you guys. Once you get further, that amount of time will mean nothing. I don't know. I don't think you know who you're talking to. I wish I could log into my World of Warcraft accounts right now and show you all the dumb shit I have, dude. Like quest rewards, quest items, doubles of quest use things or whatever because they were like limited time kind of bullshit thingies. Like for the okay, so for the gates, this is confusing. There was a raid that got released, but before the raid got released, there was a server-wide effort. So like a world is like a server, but you're locked to it. Um, there was a server-wide event where you had to unlock it, the opening of the gates of Ahn'Qiraj. Stick with me, okay? So there was a quest line, and through that quest line, you got an object, the scepter to bang the gong to then open the gates, right? So that quest line had a few pieces in it, um, of like fashionscape slash just, you basically drop tricked it, right? Where you would, it's like, oh, like, can you give me another one or whatever? He's like, fine, blah, blah, blah. It's like a disguise and a bag of gold and like all this kind of shit or whatever, right? So I kept that shit. I got 2 of them, some bitches. Speaking from an Ironman perspective, I ain't blowing smoke up your ass. No, I feel you. It's just like, I'm fucking around a little bit, right? But like, I am just a sappy, sentimental fuck. Like, right? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, no, there's no, dude. I don't care if like Bofa, dude. I have like I have like my first hunter's crossbow or whatever, right? Like I got a second one to make the hunter's sunlight crossbow. I'm just stupid like that. I just, you know, when bank space like really like because it already is a problem like kind of day to day where I'm having to like put my seeds in the bank and shit or whatever, but I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I need to just kind of clear out. I mean, like, shit, dude, Rag and Bone Man 1. I'm pretty sure I got, like, all the bones except for, like, one of them or some shit. There's a rabbit I have to kill, um, once I've done Song of the Elves. Only level 2, though. Super easy. I got a feeling this is going to be, like, one of those crazy level 2 rabbits. That's, like, crazy strong. Shitty Star's feeling the way he is right now. And I was talking about that. It's nice for me to hear just like on a personal kind of level because I felt so similarly, dude, where I'm like pressured by chat, do this, do that, you know, you said you were going to do this or like even just kind of like mentioning something, it's almost like taken as like a written contract or just, you know, and people are just kind of, people come in, what's the goal? What's the goal? What's the goal? And so like there's a lot of constant pressure. It's funny. That was like literally the line right there. Here, listen in. It's just funny. Constant pressure. But it gets better. But no, so it fucking yeah. I mean like and like you guys say, it's like fuck them, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But it's like you can't. It's like you're right, yes, but you also can't just completely discount it. You can say like fuck them, but at like 80% power, maybe even a little bit less. But like because it's like yeah, do what you want to do and do what you enjoy, but this is also like a job and pushing the content and everything, and which is also like the times we've talked about like man, why is Sard like pushing so hard like to do Cox and do this and do that, and it's like well keep the content train rolling and it's just stuff that he wants to do because he likes that sort of content as far as like rating and PVM and all that stuff. So it's not even like him being like pushing us to like like oh get like Cox ready or whatever. It's just that like he's gonna do it and he just like wants to take us along or whatever. Like he's just inviting us like all through, right? Like effectively, like you get what I mean. Like it's like that's something he wants to do, so he's just inviting everybody to it. It's not like a like us the WoW boys need to be doing Cox or whatever, right? Like but again, still, I get it. Like I said, content perspective and all that. Like, you want to be like pushing and doing stuff and new stuff and different stuff. Um, and like, low key, it is kind of encouraging even to hear, because I, Jesus Christ, I swear it's not like me getting choked up. It's just I need to get some water. Um, like I'll be in chat or whatever, and I'll be like reading what different people say, and um it's encouraging uh to feel like I'm not it's not that I won't hit any, of course I'm gonna hit different walls in Ironman and stuff. You play long enough, there's just certain parts, right? Like commonly misspelled words. Like there's just shit you're gonna run into where it's like, yeah, this is kind of a big grind. You're gonna have to, get a lot of materials or whatever. But I think I've also done a pretty good job of just playing my character so roundabout and doing so many different little things
Hunter
that
rumor
Hunter
completed.
rumor completed that I'm also kind of chill. You know what I mean? Like I don't think we're gonna run into as much of like the same problems and stuff. Everyone in this game runs into the walls, not just the WoW boys. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's common, like that's what I'm saying, like commonly misspelled words, right? Like it's just shit that just how the game is. It's like kind of just the natural progression of the game that like shit gets a little bit wacky. Let's, open these two up. I recognize this song. Yeah, Ponder. I'll do that too, and Slayer Ring, Remy Dungeon. Gonna end up hating your overall grind of this shit if you rush it your first time, especially as an iron. Um, yeah, and I think I haven't been. I've rushed different parts, but like not so much like rushed, but just kind of like speed ran maybe like some skills or quests or whatever else, right? So like yeah, kind of what I'm getting at is like yeah, I think I'm gonna have like a little bit less issue. Of course, I'm still gonna run into a lot of the same things that everybody does, but you know, like it's nice to see that like okay, maybe it won't be like so bad for me in different parts or something. Like even just something as simple as Slayer because we've been just pumping out moths and stuff, or like Royal Titans or whatever. Like I've seen like Savix and the other guys or whatever where it's like, oh, hold on, I got to do like a fucking herb run so I have prayer pots to like do more fucking Titans or this or like that or whatever. Like, I don't know. I've never really had to like stop and like go restock up on pots. And even if I did, you know, to go get like some fucking moths or whatever, cool. I'll go get 100 in like 5 minutes and fucking easy peasy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. Enjoyed watching your playthrough. Don't feel like you're pressing hard like the others. Well, shit, that hurts my ego. Wait, what do you mean? I'm not fucking Giga Chad Joker playing 39 hours a day. Blah 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 blah. No, I get what you mean though to a degree. Like, you know, I have been grinding and I have been like pushing and playing hard and everything. But at the same time, like I said, it's kind of just in my roundabout way of like, you know, playing and discovering and trying new and different things or whatever. And like I feel like I've got a pretty decent grip on the game for like, different parts and different mechanics and stuff like um something even like tick manipulation, I can do and I don't really mind it. And it just kind of depends on the skill. Uh, so, just like little shit like that, right? Like, I'm not the best PVMer, but we're still getting there. Still got plenty of time and practice and stuff to do. But like, I feel like I've done a pretty good job overall. That's what I'm getting at. Just overall gaming, you know. I've definitely let myself get stressed about like, oh, I need to be doing this or I need to do this quest and unlock this thing or whatever. But yeah, I mean, like, I feel like if anything, my playthrough's like closest to Jokered, you know. I definitely am not grinding, at the same level and all that kind of stuff. Like he and I actually started similarly timed. Like I think maybe he started like a week or two before me. Like so he's like, as far as like any kind of comparison or anything like that, like, that just goes to show like what you can do and everything. Um
Hunter rumor
Hunter-ween
completed.
completed. Signal. We don't have to fuck around with giving the bird back or anything. Are you guys sticking to doing the raids together? Yeah, I think so. Like we did a couple today, just to kind of keep it alive or whatever. Um, nice herbivore. So I figure we will. Like it's a cool thing to just kind of like hop in and chill or whatever. Today it was like a little bit less banter and whatever else, a little bit more locked in, but that's still chill too. It's still a good time. And plus there's still plenty of like the fucking whereas like this game has no features. I was like, dude, this is like that shit fucking That broke me for a second. Joker only sleeps 1 minute per night. Well, like he's also just very like, he loves just kind of grinding and shit like that. Like, not saying I don't, but like it just super catches like his like mentality, I feel like. Where did 99 farming at? Shit. I mean, we got an 83. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby. Um yeah, like again, like I haven't been immune to the whole thing of like wanting to push and wanting to do stuff, wanting to keep up. Like we've had plenty of streams of me crashing out about that kind of stuff, but it's like I think we really kind of have rounded that corner fully, and we're just kind of doing whatever the fuck I want to do. Like I'll do CG whenever the fuck I feel like it. I kind of want to just get an abyssal whip, you know. I don't think CG necessarily like helps me do that like any faster. Like, I mean, it's good for Slayer, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know. A lot of Slayer, like, I don't know. It depends. Like Slayer, like range Slayer, at least it seems. Um,
Hunter rumor completed.
wow. Again, doesn't seem like that's the third time, one in a row with the herb tough. Again, it's like I almost want to just like stick around and do a few more herbivore, which I probably honestly even should. ADHD is the key to being an absolute fiend in this game. True that. Ooh, like the whole piece of candy, piece of candy, piece of candy. Exactly. Hey, herbivore again. Nice. That'd be so insane if we got Irby. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Easy Escape. I feel like I'm not gonna uh like fuck up like that way. And I have seen my Monty Python. Sorry. Also, Choppies was good. I don't want to like miss out on too many chats. Um, and yeah, true that too, Mr. Easy Escape. Like, I'm not doing like I don't know. I like doing like the raid content blind and everything. Like, I don't know. Like, cause and like maybe I should just do more blind content because it is kind of cool. Just like you can't take it back as far as like your first time sort of thing. So like when we've watched back on the raids and everything, like that's been cool to see. Like we thought it was like this or like XYZ thing. Yeah, Prison Joe, he's part of like the Behemoth team and everything. Yeah, what's good, gamer? Good to see you. No, and you're right, Mr. Easy Escape, but that's also like the whole comparison shit. Um that's just also a thing in life. People are going to make comparisons and do that. Like it's a natural thing. And that's why, we talk a lot about like oneness and how RuneScape is just like life cuz it's like yeah, it's dealing with all the same shit. You're dealing with people, you're dealing with your own emotions. It's like it's not any different just because it's a video game. It's all still like the same shit. Uh so yeah, it's just, that's just a common issue to get over in life in general is to not like make comparisons and stuff. It's kind of like a maturity thing. And it's, I don't think at least for me it'll ever be 100% where I like don't care absolutely, but I think we've like I said, I think we've kind of rounded that corner on kind of just like the chat expectations part. And again, it's also a little bit harder as a streamer where it's like, just the whole like, fuck the comparisons thing. Cause like they just, it's just part of the job is kind of comparisons, right? Is like because if you're not comparing yourself to a degree and this is your job, then you're kind of like maybe not taking it as seriously as you should. because like we were saying before with Sard wanting to like push the content and like have stuff to do and or not even like have stuff to do, but you know what I mean, just kind of like like yeah, but like yeah, like I don't know, just have stuff to do or whatever, like have PVM to do and all that. Where I maybe thought like, why are we doing Cox? Like that seems like intense or whatever. It's like he just wants to do it and he's just like like inviting us all along or whatever, right? And um yeah, like when it comes to the whole streaming thing, it's definitely harder to just be like oh fuck it, like who cares, blah blah blah. It's like yeah, but again, it's like you can say fuck them, but with like 80% intensity, because like there's a 20% or more or less or whatever that you have to like kind of consider, right? Because like the audience, the audit, people's the customer's always right in matters of taste. That whole thing. Sucks seeing the dudes get down when they compare someone that could be more advanced because they've been playing it since release. Oh, dude, 100%. But the thing is, too, like that kind of comes down a little bit, at least for me, that comes down to, uh, that comes down to just kind of, again, like the streamer part where it's like, you're kind of expected to perform at a certain level as like a professional video game player, if "Well, this is your job, shouldn't you be better, blah blah blah. you know it's that kind of idea, not like people don't always implicitly say it at least that way, but yeah, again, it's just the things you're saying are right. It's just there's that kind of like added little bit of like the streamer element, which negates, I think, at least like the way I feel and see it is just that it negates just a little bit of that, because it's like yeah, you know just do whatever you want, but you know is doing whatever you want like good content, or like can you make it good content or whatever, right? Like there's that kind of like consideration, I feel like. We're on gear in your IG pics. uh can't like the problem with that like question in general is whether or not someone did or didn't. um like taking those kinds of things is like illegal in most parts of the world, and so like you can't really like answer it truthfully. Like you'll is like I don't know, it depends. Like you can ask like Mr. what's his name, Mr. Olympia, and be like, no, I'm not anything. It's like, okay, buddy. But it's like that's like it's like because you're just asking him to like admit to like a crime. uh Technically. uh there's your answer. But yeah, it sucks seeing dudes get down when they compare to someone. Like, I think it's even less of that though, too. That was the other part of that. I think it's a little bit less at least. Maybe in some cases, especially like when it comes to like maybe Sard or something. But um, like, how do I put this? It's like because I want to just get my thought in order with it. Like, I think it's less. I think it's like less comparison with all those guys and more just the comparison between like all the WoW dudes, where it's like, oh, Joker's doing this, oh, Sard's doing that, Savix is doing this, bubble, bubble, everybody, Moo's doing this, Triumph's doing that, Goose is doing this, and so there's definitely just pressure, yeah, for from chat and everything. Don't want you to all feel defeated so quickly. Want you to see you struggle and grind like we all went through. Yeah, and like I don't know. I think sometimes people just take that part a little bit too far, where it's like want to see you all struggle and grind like we went through or whatever. I think like because there is a little bit of like masochism in the fucking RuneScape community where it's like, oh yeah, enjoy the suck, blah blah blah. Like you suffered, so I suffered, so shall you, blah blah blah. And it's like I don't know, that like that one gets like a little bit deep, I feel like, to a degree where, because like I feel like there's times where people are being so hard on us because we have been doing relatively so well and going so fast and everything that it kind of threatens their ego where
Hunter
it's
rumor
like,
completed.
maybe it took them longer to do that sort of thing or whatever. And so then seeing us do it in like 2 months or whatever, they're like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck these guys think they are? Sort of thing. I'll knock them down a peg, sort of thing. Yeah, we got our own little circle where none of us want to be the bottom. That's exactly it. But the other thing is too, dude, is that like none of us like individually care about like in a negative way about like how anyone's doing. Like I don't give a fuck like I don't think like more or less of anybody for being more or less progress or anything like that. Like I'm happy like Moose Fortune and I have talked about this. It's like I'm happy like fucking you know, like he got his zombie axe in like some ridiculous amount of kills, like ridiculously short or whatever. It's like fuck yeah, I'm jealous, but fuck yeah, and like all this kind of stuff. It's like it's like we're a group Ironman that doesn't get to share shit, basically. Yeah, what's good, Choffies? Not too much new, honestly. Just other than just kind of like just really doing my own thing, like we've been talking about, and just kind of like saying fuck it to the just all the bullshit. Let's go to the. You know what? Actually, let's get our meat sack first. Open this. Pause it. Bingo. All right, just trying to get back in order here. So many chatting and I don't know. It's such a good conversation too that I don't want to like miss you guys and miss my train of thought too much. AKQ. So yeah, I think it's definitely like within our own circle of friends where like none of us want to be at the bottom of it. But like it's weird because again it comes down to like chat expectation and not even like really expectation between each other because like again it's none of us are like I don't know like none of us are like impressing each other like at least I don't know in my mind like I don't know. But like, and it's inherent between friends too, just kind of have the competition of shit. Like I've talked about this since the beginning where it's like, this is no different than like me playing with my friends in the neighborhood growing up, except for now I'm not just competing with my friends in my neighborhood. Now I'm competing with some motherfucking maniac from Malta, you know? That's where it gets like a little bit different. But like, human wise, feeling wise, it's like there's no difference. Just now our sphere is bigger. Definitely an ego check for most chatters, especially for Sadako, who picks up on stuff quick. Yeah, like I agree. Like, and honestly, dude, all of us WoW game, like even like I don't need like take me out of the conversation. I don't care. Like, I know how good I am at like different shit, and I know how much I struggle at different shit. Um, but like all the dudes that have come over are like really fucking good and like really good at like figuring shit out. Like, Triumphant's been doing a bunch of shit blind. Moose Fortune's been like, pushing into
Hunter
the
rumor
quests and
completed.
stuff. Like Guzu's fucking like doing everything blind too, and like Giga Chat and everything like that as well. Like, you know, like everyone's really like, Jokered in his skilling, Savix in his PVM and like the LMS PvP like dude, like how good is Savix at like with his swaps and the PVM shit from like so much LMS and stuff like dude's kind of fucking nasty with it, right? Like, um, so like, yeah. the and like I said, inherently there's going to be like competition and stuff, but I don't know. I think we're all just kind of I don't know. We're kind of like reaching the point in the game where there's the realization of like how much there really is to do, like and all that. If that and then we'll go back to that place. We'll catch up on chat here too. Sorry guys. So Chitteru, you're the only bottom around here. Hey yo. Only thing that made me take a step back with Sard was his reasoning for stopping the iron. Wait, I might have to rephrase that. I'm not understanding that, I think, fully. Um yeah, eventually, and that's the thing, Kiwi, kind of like you're saying, like we'll all kind of catch up. Not even that, like, I don't know, catching up's like the wrong word because it implies like being behind, but like we're all gonna get to like these different things. Um and and be like stuck in these loops of content or whatever else, like we're all we're all gonna make it, brah. All that shit, we'll all get there, we'll all make it. So like kind of, I don't know, just to kind of
Hunter
summarize for
rumor
maybe some of the
completed.
people coming in or whatever, and like not like we'll still keep talking about it, but just basically it's like there's a lot of pressure from chatters in general, which is fine. People can have their opinions and all that and blah blah blah. It gets a little bit stressful, and like we've all been kind of feeling it where we feel like kind of compelled to be like doing different shit um in order to kind of like, I don't know, like maintain I don't know. I feel like I'm yapping a bunch. Like I don't know how to surmise it. It's just basically like, you know, we're all feeling stressed. There's a lot of comparison. There's a lot of grind. So we're all just trying to manage it as best we can. Goosebrain got a 34 KC zombie axe and a 1 KC warp scepter. Damn, dude. You're gonna go hella dry somewhere else. Tour mode for a while for Sard, yeah. And again, like that's where I feel like I'm a little bit well off, where we're doing all this side shit, we're doing our quests, and like he did all his quests or whatever, like not like just I don't know, all the, like the little things, and just taking it slow too. And like people say, and it's cliche or whatever, but it's still just true, like it's it's the journey of it all, right? Like people are here for the journey. People want to see the character progression and stuff. People aren't, you know, need logs and a fuck me, dude. I need a knife. God damn it. I feel like I always forget that. There's probably even one like nearby or something. But I'm just gonna go to the bank. No, right? Kiwi too. Like no one can compete with Joker or whatever. He's just built diff. Like like everyone says in shit, man. Like you know he likes playing games that way or whatever. Like PoE, I think is like an example of that or whatever. Like he was big into that, and that's just like a giga grind game. Yeah, like, and I think it's even less keeping up Chaffees. Um, because like that was kind of like a concern before, like keeping up and blah blah blah. I think everyone's kind of realized how much that like doesn't matter as far as, like it really doesn't matter, right? Like, you guys still raid with me and a lot of you guys are like near maxed accounts or even maxed or whatever else. So like, you know, it's no big deal. Like we're all, like I said earlier, we're all gonna make it. We're all gonna get there. Um, I think it comes from a place largely of just like content and like wanting to do like cool or interesting content or whatever. But like I've said before, even, and I do fully believe this is like, you know, part of the cool part of this is the fact that like we are kind of like in the mid to early game, and that's not something you really see, I feel like, in the RuneScape world, other than, just new players or like a new account, rolling, like rolling an alt, rolling a new iron, whatever else, like Alfie rolls a new hardcore Iron Man or whatever, or fucking Ultimate Iron Man or whatever the fuck. But even then, like those ones, it's like, it's so like, I don't know, it's so like meta perfect that it's like different, Whereas like, even if we're kind of following the meta, um, to a degree on like different things, we're following it in our newbie way and understanding. CG and LMS make people better at the game. Yeah, like that's like a common trope with video games is doing PvP is like a good way to make yourself better at the game. And like CG seems like a real nice PVM kind of skill honer. Anyone trying to hone their skills? Jeez, we're definitely a bit behind. Let me kind of scroll down here. Yo, Jay Wood, good to see you, dude. Love you too, man. Yeah, it like you say that Kiwi about the 99. Like honestly, like I could see myself pushing Hunter to 99. Like I don't know. It didn't seem like it would be that bad. Dude, now that I don't really like need this ammo though, I guess I'll still use it at some points for different shit where I want to like, I don't know, before I get to the moonlight ammo, but like I definitely see this task as like not a great one. Just like, you got to go all around and do this, and do that, do this, do that. But it's a semi-short one. Yeah, right, Kiwi. We do and I was saying this, today during or like after our raid or whatever with Sardako was um like it's been really cool to do the viewer shit. Because people like I don't know. Honestly, it even because it kind of even gives a chance for maybe some of those abobas to kind of see like, you know, what it's like, hey, you want to fucking raid in front of 1,000 people like with that on your fucking mind or whatever, let's see how good you do, you know And like you can lock in and you can, whatever and blah blah blah. Like, but you know, it's just kind of like it. Maybe some people might have a little realization of like, oh shit, yeah, no, that does add like another little invocation. Even warm ups dying in the raid. Yeah, I mean, shit happens, man. Like that's the thing. Like, and it's man, it's just like, and which is kind of man, which is one of like the annoying parts. But like, I've been ignoring it better lately. I think is people just kind of expect you to be a robot. Like last night, where the dude was like, may I ask how that happened? Like or whatever the fuck, or I don't even think he said that. I think he just said it in some kind of like shitty way where it was like, how did that happen or whatever, blah blah blah. Like I don't know, just the context in the delivery was like all wrong. And I was like, I made a mistake, just like your mother did. Which again is like another thing of just like learning how to like fucking kind of push that away sometimes. I'll accept the challenge of being one of those abobas, right? And like, you know, I like doing the viewer shit too, because it's like, dude, honestly, like, largely, I, I don't know. I don't know when this will ever change, but I basically just feel like another chatter who's like just kind of snuck in and is raiding with the bros. You know what I mean? Like a little, I guess like a little bit of like imposter syndrome or whatever the fuck. I hate that fucking like term because I feel like it's so overused because of Joe Rogan saying it like one time. Or then all of a sudden everyone has imposter syndrome. And it's like, but no, I just feel like it's like, definitely like a smaller dude and everything like that. So then to be doing stuff with like the bigger dudes, it's always fun. It's cool. Like I said, it's like, oftentimes just feel like a chatter who kind of like got to sneak in. Like that was the bit that was definitely the vibe for me, like during OnlyFans and stuff like that. But Soda and like everybody else too, but like Soda was especially like cool and chill about kind of like shutting that sort of stuff down where it's like because like that would be a common thing where people be like, hey, I'm just a small streamer, but and he's like, all right, everyone needs to stop with that fucking small streamer bullshit. He's like, you're in OnlyFans, you're important. Like now let's move on. And I'm like, oh, okay, sick, yeah, you're right. Cause I mean, like, cause to a degree he is right. It's like there were definitely people in there that, maybe shouldn't have been there, but then a lot of those people got removed or whatever. So that, it ends up working out. But um yeah, no, there's definitely a large degree of me feeling like just like how the fuck did this happen? It's a little bit surreal. Like, dude, I like, I brag about it time, here and there or whatever, but like we were on the fucking guest page for DreamHack. Like, you open up the website and there's my big dumb face. Higher Hunter than me, have 150 days played. Yeah, like, people dap me up about the Hunter shit. That always definitely feels cool, which is part of the reason I want to even like get it up to 99, besides just liking the skill, like for how valuable it is and all that kind of shit. Um, yeah, just like the positive kind of like affirmation on it is like, okay, yeah, wait, shit, let's send it. Yeah, antelopes aren't the best like EXP one though. I totally see why like people put it on the block list. I mean, not that I didn't before, but it's like right now it's definitely being a longer one. It wouldn't be that bad if I just remembered my stupid meat sack because I'm dealing with inventory. Probably even go back to the bank low key. You know what? No, we're gonna just deal with it. Actually, eh, whatever. Either way, we're fine. Yeah, I don't know. long story short, with all this stuff, guys, is like, you know, we've all been facing a lot of stress for different reasons when it comes to like all this kind of shit. And it's not so much the game as it is, the content creation and wanting to just stay like on top of that shit. And, I don't know, it might seem a little silly and parasocial or whatever, but it's also, just kind of like part of the job or whatever. But like, you know, we want to be doing like cool and interesting stuff for you guys, right? Like, you know, as much as you guys will kind of just watch whatever, right? Because it's, second monitor, we're just grinding, blah, blah, blah. It's a podcast kind of vibe. Um, you still want to make it like worthwhile, and have, something interesting going on. It's part of like why we do like the viewer raids and all that kind of shit. You know, keep things involved. You know, I talk about it sometimes here and there where like, Twitch is all about like interaction. And so, like reading someone's chat, that's like one level of interaction. And like responding to it or whatever, that's like another. And then another would be like, oh, we're doing like some sort of we're playing like marbles or whatever, right? Like on stream. And then like, like, oh, we're doing a fucking TOA raid. That's kind of like, you know, basically the top where it's like, we're hanging out and fucking actually like playing the game together. That's like peak Twitch interaction kind of shit. So, uh, so yeah, so like because of that, like you guys are considered a lot. So like when it comes to our decisions about like wanting to do this, that, or the other thing, some people may just say like, oh, just do whatever's fun or do whatever you want to do. But what you might want to do may not be the best thing for the stream or for the content or whatever. Uh, because it would just kind of be taken like the easy way out and then just kind of like losing a bit of like
What are you
the
doing,
kind of like just
step
aura
bro?
of what's going on. Yo, Chipping, welcome in, dog. Appreciate it. No, and you're totally right. Like at some point, the viewers are just gonna watch you for you. Might not even be the content, and like you're right. But like, it's one of those things where it's like easier said than done. You may think like, oh yeah, just go live and people watch whatever. But like, yes and no, and like there might be a plurality, like a large portion of people that think like that and are very kind of just like not like altruistic, but like you know what I mean, just like oh yeah, dude, I'm here for you. I'll watch you for whatever. It's like there's people that are watching for you, but also just for also want to like watch something interesting. Uh, so I don't know. You got to play to all parts of the audience, basically, right? Like which it's hard, right? Like you you gotta juggle a little bit of expectations of what you're able to do, um, all that kind of shit. Time to AFK Slayer, you need a gargoyle task. I feel like I'm gonna get like, and I already do kind of like Slayer a lot just for, getting it set up and having my points and getting my mask and, unlocking all these different mobs or whatever, you know? The playing field of being a streamer is a constant double-edged sword. Yeah. It's it is kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't sometimes. Um, like dude, I talk about that all the time, back when Zarya was still playing or whatever, you'd be doing A
Hunter-ween
and
completed.
people would be like, "Why are you doing A? You should be doing B." And then another dude comes in, "Why are you doing B? You should be doing C." And then you're doing C and it's like, "Why, dude, why is this guy doing C? He should be doing A or B." And it's like, I was doing those things, and then motherfucker, like I was doing A, and then motherfucker told me to do B, and then B told me to do C, and then fucking, I don't know, dude. Like it gets stressful, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know. As much as like there is just do what you want to do, because like that is really good comps, because like You should be doing what you want to do for stream and on stream. But when it comes to just entertaining the whole part of it, there are sometimes like maybe sacrifices that you have to make for your own towards your own fun or whatever else to make those sorts of things happen. Right? Like, just doing certain grinds, whether on stream or off stream, but just certain grinds, may not be your favorite or whatever, but it's like, you know what, But that's also even just the like kind of what's what's the word? Like not learning curve, but I guess maybe learning curve of streaming, right? Is like, okay, how do I make the less interesting more interesting? What can I, how can I make it more like interactive for chat? Can I get chat involved? Like when we were doing the mini game shit, we had our own little winter top mini mass thing going, right? We had, everybody in there. Like that was cool, dude. Like that shit was surprising to me. Um that we had so many people show up, honestly. Like we had, I feel like at least 10 people there besides myself. Maybe that's too many. Maybe I'm overestimating, but like, something like that. And so it's just like, I don't know. That's fucking cool. Like we took up our own fucking world and started just having some fun and you know. So like, trying to do that when I can or whatever else or just I don't know. Trying to be like smart about it, it's content creator, right? Like it's in the fucking name. I got to create the content. Crazy thing is that's true, but only like a small percentage of viewers even chat. Even smaller percent do that. They stand out and make themselves known. Yeah, it's the whole the quiet majority silent wait, silent majority fucking loud minority. Like that I feel like that's kind of what you're getting at there with that one, yeah. Yeah. Like and that's and I think what you're also kind of getting at that is where it's like, you know, the people that care and they're they're going to make it known and be loud about it, but the people that don't care don't make it known as
Hunter
much.
rumor completed.
So it seems like the people that don't care is a smaller portion even though they're a bigger portion. Yeah, like that's a good thing to keep in mind, honestly, cuz you know yeah, just keep on doing your thing, like you know don't just be aimless, like have a goal, have something, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But people are, you know, less concerned with the content maybe than we may think. But still, again, like, you gotta, again, not, just be lazy with it or whatever. Like, people have been pointing out, especially, like, I don't know, just people pointed out over the past few days because I've been talking about it, but like, they're like, oh yeah, I like how Guzu like does this or that, or like I know Guzu's gonna be like doing this on this day or whatever else. It's like a bit more scheduled, and I want to be more scheduled. I mean, like the past couple weeks, we've been kind of making an effort to plan that at the beginning of the week and everything. And like plan it out with you guys, right? Like Sunday, we take out like the notepad and it's like, okay, like want to work towards like these sorts of things, and we've done a pretty good job at that. Like I feel like we did kind of like, we were like, okay, yeah, like get tormented demons, blood velds and stuff. Like we really have been like Slayer focused and like and it's silly or whatever, but it's my little fucking thing. I really do want a fucking abyssal whip. Like not even because it's like powerful or whatever. Of course, sure, like yeah, whatever, like meta PVM shit. I want it because it's 2005 drip. Like fucking Obby Cape, Abyssal Whip, some fucking Barrows gear. I'm gonna look like the coolest kid on the block in 2005. Yeah, Whip's iconic. That's the crazy thing though, too, Kiwi. You're saying that 2005 weapons still good, best of both worlds. Like, I know people talk about the whole horizontal progression bullshit, but it's like a weapon from 2005 is still fucking cracked. And a weapon in 2019, you know, like the Blood Moon Boppers or whatever, or like even the Glacial Tomatoes or whatever, it's like they're good and they're like good standalone and all that, but like they're more kind of like not specific use, but like, you know, it's like, oh, for crush or for stab or, you know, with the full set and blah blah blah, right? Like that kind of shit. As opposed to just like, yo, fucking abyssal whip. Fuck yeah. Yeah, and Kiwi, I'm definitely lucky for my chat and like my community that I've had kind of come through for RuneScape. Because I do feel like I have a lot of just like chill, kind of like maxers, right? Where it's like, yeah, the chill maxing. But yeah, just like a lot of just chill people that like are a bit like, you know, it's kind of like the big bodybuilder thing, right? Like you might, you know, you might think like, oh, big scary bodybuilder, right? Or whatever, right? Like dude's like 250 pounds, you know, 6 foot something and just fucking jacked and blah, blah, blah. Looks like a fucking animal, right? But then he's like a complete fucking teddy bear. It's just like a pit bull, you know? It's because like they're not, you know, like similar to like a pit bull or like, you know, the lion doesn't concern himself. You guys seen that meme? I love those fucking memes. The lion doesn't concern himself memes. I fucking love those ones, dude. Like there'll be like some like EMT using like the purple wipes or whatever that like they're like super disinfectant or whatever, but they like give you cancer because of all like the chemicals on them. So you're supposed to use gloves. It's like the lion doesn't concern himself with carcinogens. Where do the moths go? They go in my mouth. Yeah, you don't need a jar to do like the hunter rumor. You can just kind of like catch them free ball, and then whenever you get the little piece of it, it'll just go in your inventory. Is the salad blade that thing that you use against those like... That's like the leaf-bladed weapon or whatever, right? That is an axe. Sorry, I was talking to Miles there. He was like, what is this? And I'm like, Miles, that is an axe. Go back to school. Never caught a moth in your life? Oh, okay, yeah, right on. So like usually you'll have like these little jars, right? Take one out, and then like when you catch the moth, it'll go in the jar. And then you can mix it with meat to make it a mix to give 2 doses. But like if you don't do that, then you just like release it, and then it has whatever effect that like the different moths have. Like this one, the sunlight moth is like, it's basically like a Cerebrew from memory. Like it's a Cerebrew that like also restores like run energy. Actually, no, it's like, no, it's not like a Cerebrew. Never mind, sorry. Let's just look it up. It's like, it like heals you, it gives you like run energy. Oh yeah, no, it's a super restore. That's what it is. Except for prayer. Reduce or restores reduced stats and 8 hit points. So, you know, there's definitely uses for it, right? It gives you health and restores your stats. And just like all moths, it does area effect in a 5x5 for up to 3 people. But that's for me, you know. For whatever reason, the pots in like TOA work even though we're iron as AoE, but like the moths don't. But I get it. It probably just, I don't know, it's kind of like specific coding or something. Jay actually studies the tech offline. Hell yeah. I mean, dude, yeah, dude, that's another thing, like, right, where I was talking about, like, how I've kind of, like, figured some stuff out or, like, stumbled upon it on my own. Like, you know, in the World of Warcraft world, that's kind of who I am to a degree. Is like I'm like the idea guy. I can figure shit out, you know. In Season of Discovery, like I've shown you guys a few times or whatever. Like this was my farm that I made. So this was a brand new raid, the Scarlet Enclave, and when I was just like like, so I was literally just like fucking around trying to explore and stuff. I don't know why the quality's so bad. Is that just like, that's what that is. I was just like fucking around, running around the whole instance or whatever. Just trying to find Easter eggs. Legitimately, I was just trying to find Easter eggs, and I was going around here or whatever. Let's go back to the wall. Sorry, I was just showing different ways to the wall. So I was at this wall here, and I jumped up over the wall because I wanted to go over into this part of the zone or whatever, and I was like, okay, you know, let's keep on exploring. And my dog looped all the way around. And so I was like, oh shit, I know what this means. That means the NPCs are going to path that way too, which means I can kite them by jumping off and onto this thing and fucking killing them or whatever. So that's exactly what I did. I rounded up a bunch of melee mobs, and we made it better and better. So like in this video, we're only pulling like 8 mobs or some shit like that. We ended up pulling like 16 mobs total after like really getting the route down and everything like that. It was really nice. So like, you know, I like figuring shit out. I feel like I've done a good job in RuneScape of like both figuring shit out and then like studying and like trying to learn shit offline and then like applying those things to see like they're all pathing around here or whatever. And then I'm going to go off to the left here. These are so these numbers are way bigger than they should be. I like doing big numbers. That's why I wish I could make my hit splat like fucking the size of like a silver dollar. I would love that shit. So then I just jump up back and forth between here, and they're all clumped up, and I just keep on, you know, shooting them with my AoE and stuff. It was fucking dank. So that's again, you know, just kind of a thing of, like I said, you know, I saw my pet path around, and so I took that concept of like, oh, I know what this means. If my pet's pathing around, then it's gonna do the same for like the NPCs and stuff. And like, you know, the implications of that for like being able to farm them and stuff. So like, I'm not like, you know, I know you guys have like seen, and I know you guys are like, you guys are chill mostly that are here or whatever. Like, we don't have like haters right now, but like, you know, you guys have seen me like fuck up in TOA and whatever else and blah, blah, blah. And maybe think like, you know, like, is Jay even like good at WoW? Like, or whatever. Like, you know, like, is this dude like good at any game? Like, because like I'll make some pretty bad mistakes. But it's like, yeah, no, I'm pretty fucking good at some shit. It's just that I'm new to this, right? But I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, and I'll start making new tech and shit, and you guys will be watching my shit being like, shit, I'm learning something from Jay. Dude, the fucking, how many, one's in the chat if you know about Imp in a Box. One's in the chat if you know about Imp in a Box. 2s if you don't. 1s if you do, 2s if you don't. Yeah, a lot of like the regulars already know this one. So if you don't know though, Imp in a Box, really cool item. Don't buy it. Actually, you know what? Buy as many magic boxes as you want, but they're pretty expensive. You take this magic box, you catch an imp the same way that you would catch a chinchompa. And it's like, okay, cool. Now you got an imp in a box. Who cares? I care, because what an imp in a box can do is send something to your bank, and not just one thing. It can send 2 things, and not just 2 things, but even stacked up things. If I had an imp in a box, I could send this whole stack of cash. I could send a whole stack of chinchompas. I could, you know, whatever I want, right? Like, as long as it stacks up, right? You get 2 slots to send back to your bank. Okay, cool, Jay. Like, that's great. Like, you know, I can, you know, load up my inventory with a bunch of imps in a box and then like slowly send stuff away to my bank. But like, I'm still gonna have to carry fucking 27 imps in a box, or, you know, whatever else is in my inventory for like my Slayer task or whatever else the fuck. No, you don't though, dude. Here's the thing. You see this magic box in here. This magic box goes in here whether it's empty or it's full with a fucking imp in a box. So you can have potentially unlimited banking within this huntsman's kit. Is my imp in a box? Yeah, people like that's why I heard people use it or whatever. So like this
Hunter rumor.
like
Completed.
you know, it's not like I'm not like claiming I discovered the technique or anything, but I discovered it for myself. Like I noticed it happen because I hit Phil after catching a couple imps because I hit 70. Like I don't know, I forget what level I was, but I was just like looking at everything that I could catch, and I was like, you know, other or whatever, and I was like, what's in other? Oh, imps? Weird. I can catch an imp. Let's see what that's all about. It was literally just curiosity. I was like, okay. And I caught it. And then I like, you know, wikied it. I'm like, okay, cool. It goes, you know, it's an imp in a box. It does this or whatever. And then so I was like, all right, you know, let's get the rest of these unfilled magic boxes back in the thing. Hit fill. And the imp in a box went in there too. And I was like, wait a second. Wait a goddamn second here. Right? So, you know, like, you know, I'm like, I don't know. I think I'm like bragging a little bit maybe, but like, or just stroking my ego or something. But like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I figure shit out. I can do it. We'll get there. Base, I don't know. It's kind of like the long and the short of it. Bingo. Even so, I don't know, like the Slayer ring. I feel like that's like another cool one that like I don't know, and like figure out, but like, you know, kind of stumbled upon. I was like, oh shit, like I can get these Slayer rings and I can like teleport around and they're like super cheap to make. And then like, oh shit, it's got a fairy ring like hella fucking close. Like that's dank. Or like going to like the stronghold or whatever, like right next to Neve or whatever. You didn't know about the Huntsman's kit to store them? Hell, dude, hell yeah. Now you do. Like the Huntsman's kit is OP as fuck, man. Like I legitimately, I took this on my Dagonoth shit, and I was sending back like all the Dagonoth bones. Slayer rings dope as fuck. I use mine all the time. Yeah, dude, I have like 50 of them in my bank right now, and like I kind of want more. And the cool thing is too, you guys will see this when I'm done with this ring's charges. You just get the gem back. It's like you just get the gem back and you fucking you just smelt it again with more fucking gold. It's so fucking easy. Eventually you can get an eternal Slayer ring though. If you get like an eternal gem. I think that's like a drop off of the superiors or whatever. There's Slayer ring tech. You haven't unlocked yours? Oh dude, check this shit out. Teleport. Stronghold, Slayer Tower, Fremenic Dungeon, Tarn's Lair, Dark Beasts. And like I said, it doesn't like degrade. You just get the gem back, and then you just like smelt it with another baller of gold. By the way, silly mistakes happen all the time. Have a shit ton of TOA clears on Ironman, still get wiped occasionally on some dumb shit. Yeah, dude, it's just like that's just life. Shit happens, right? And it's like, you got to be like just comfortable enough to be okay with that, and like, you know, it's just part of the job description, dude. You really just need to kind of self-filter that shit out. But, you know, even like that, and that's the nice thing I was talking about earlier about like watching Sard talk about it or whatever else is like, it's nice to see that like, you know, it's nice to see that it's not just like a me thing, right? Like that it is like a human thing and like, oh, okay, like we're all kind of like feeling this way, or we're not all just like immune to it. He's not immune to it just because he's Sardako or whatever, right? Like, it's nice. But yeah, just useful teleports, Moosey. So the two main ones, at least for me, would be the Fremenic Slayer dungeon teleport because it's super close to a fairy ring. You basically like go outside and walk like 10 tiles. And it's right there. And then the
Hunter-ween completed.
Hunter-ween completed. Here, let me just show you. Stronghold. This takes you to Neve. Right? Like just right out here. Here she is. Which is really dank, you know, farm runs, right? Here's your tree. Here's a bank even. Like it's not a bad like bank teleport really. And then, you know, the Fremenic dungeon, which I was talking about before. And then like you probably know the Slayer Tower over in Canifis or whatever. So look, the ring disappeared or whatever. Bingo. There's my gem though. So you just get the, and like the other thing is too, what's really nice is these gems are fucking 1 gold piece. So like if you ever wanted to, it's like fuck it, just drop it. Like who cares? Sort of thing. R.I.P. Neve. Yeah, I haven't done Monkey Madness 2 yet. You know what's crazy though? I was looking at it and it's like, oh shit, I have like all the requirements done for it. It's like we could just send Monkey Madness whenever the fuck we feel like it. Oh yeah, that's dope, right, Moosey? Like it's really nice for everything, but it is like especially nice for Slayer, like doing the point boosting stuff. I often come here to like kill those like cave crawlers or whatever the fuck they are. All right, signal. Chambers just Loki needs you to do research beforehand. Yeah, like it was just super confusing. And I was like overwhelmed already that day and not having a great day. Like a lot of you guys know, like, you know, like we have a lot of stuff going on in the family. My brother had like a heart transplant like a little under 6 months ago, so it's just been a lot of shit. So there's just days honestly where I'm just having a bad fucking day, right? Like there's just days where I'm stressed or tired or a mix of all the things, right? And so like, and dude, like that's even, you know, for what it's worth, like that's even a little bit of a consideration for my ego at least, like towards you know, like ever being like behind or whatever else. It's like, you know, yo, I'm busy sometimes. Yeah, I got shit to do and everything and stuff to take care of, and it's, you know, it's not always direct. Sometimes it's just like indirect, like having to take care of this because this person can't take their care of that because somebody else is taking care of this. Just a bunch of shifting kind of shit. Um, I swear, recharging this whistle sometimes is like so confusing. Recharge. Okay, sweet. You just do the right click. Because like if you use the Quetzal feed on him, it does like 1 by 1. If you use that on him, he tells you, like, it's weird. Like if I use this on him, he just says like, yeah, I can recharge it. It's like, how about you just do it, buddy? You gotta right click and choose recharge. Okay, we're on task. Did we get another Slayer ring? We did. We recharged our whistle. And let's just use the Slayer ring. Just to be a little lazy. You bring the raw hunter food and have the menu swap to the recharge option. I should left click swap him to just recharge. That is good comms. I like that like I already built all my Quetzal spots or whatever, so I just use the Quetzal feed. Because I do kind of like using some of my meat for like actual food, or using it for like the mixes or whatever. Yeah, charging with the hunter food. But yeah, I like saving the raw meats. Yeah, like I was saying, mostly for the mixes, but even sometimes like the sunlight antelope peels a lot. Yeah, I created all the Quetzal spots already. That was one I did like near immediately, just because you know, I feel like I've kind of learned my lessons in different video games, but especially like RuneScape, where it's like, you know, don't use the last one of something because you never know when you're gonna fucking need one for like a quest, you know. Like, don't use like all your Cadentine or Avento or whatever because you're gonna need one, just one for a quest, and you don't want to be without. Or don't fucking like what was the other one like we were just talking about? Or like the Quetzal spots is like if you can make more fast travel, fucking make it. Doesn't matter if you don't go to those places right now, you're gonna be happy that you had it or whatever. And like when I was doing Amoxidil before I got the what's it called? Before I got the Pennant of Eights, um, that was like 100% the case. I was like, I am so glad I built this fucking Quetzal spot because it's like in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Completed.
Hunter-ween completed. Um, it's like in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I'm like, why the fuck would I ever want to go here or whatever, right? And it's just like trust, fucking trust. You never fucking know. Exactly. Sunlight, Moonlight, Antelope meats are busted. Yeah, they heal a lot. So like, check it out. We got like, dude, even the fucking colossal worm remains, like, that's honestly nice. Like when I'm, you know, on mobile, when I'm done for the day, when I'm signing off for stream, whistle, fucking go to the agility course. Also, that reminds me, we can I think we can do something here right now. You guys want to do a little you know what? Yeah, let's take a break here for a second from the hunter rumors and let's do this. Guys, I can buy a recolor, I'm pretty sure, for my graceful. Yeah, a little recolor time. I like only recently got like enough materials for it. What about the spots for the eights pendant? I'm pretty sure I have all those as well. I think I took like the same mentality of like unlock all the teleports. Which color? I'm going red. I like red. Which reminds me, I should get red before this. Before I at least let's 133. Yeah, 1200 because that's how many I need to get the marks needed because it's like 11.25 or some shit. I'm pretty sure is what I'm gonna need to get the 90 marks. And I'm pretty sure graceful outfit, Shazian recolor, go to this guy after Tale of the Righteous, which I believe I've done. Yes, I have done it. Okay. So let's go to the agility course. Have I done the Halloween event for skin recolors? I have not. Probably should do that. But someone did say it's up for like 2 weeks, so that's nice. And I don't feel like, dude. The other thing I heard is like you get previous year's shit as well, which like I don't know. It seems like such a no duh, but like why doesn't WoW do that? It's like I don't know. I don't know. It's with WoW. It's always such a fucking prestige thing of like, oh, I was here when and I got the thing or whatever. Um, we buy 10. Okay, this should be good. And then we'll get red from because we died with him the other day, so we got to go reclaim his ass. You don't like the run energy rework? You never have to use my graceful anymore. Yeah, I don't know, dude. When I'm not wearing my graceful, I constantly feel like I'm not like I don't have energy. Like I wear it as like much as possible. Um like I go on and on about it all the time, but like, when you have level 50 agility, which is like what you would have when you get graceful. When you have graceful at 50 agility, you have better uh run energy recuperation than at level 99. You know, 3.85 versus 4.17, like greatly so. Even if somehow you were level 49 with, or 40 or 49 with graceful, which you wouldn't get it that early, but even if you did, you would still be better than somebody with 99 agility. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit overstated, like the whole graceful thing on like how not useful it is or whatever. Numbers. But also too, like you're not wrong just because like at the end of the day, it's all about how it feels. So however it feels, like, you know. Um Oh, that's crazy. He goes back to Rocky. Because he was red. Good thing I got red berries still. I like the red aesthetic. Oh, drop. It's cool too because when we found Rocky, I'll show you guys. Because I was offline when it happened. But when we found him, we were in Hosidius stealing a whole bunch of fruit and stuff with these guys. So it made me think like, oh, he's a raccoon. He smelled all the food and stuff. He just wanted a little snack. And so then, you know, with all these red berries and stuff with us, it only kind of seemed appropriate to turn him into red. Hell yeah. Love you, red. Alrighty. And then we, excuse me, go to Berthorpe. I could get the black graceful from Sepulcher. That would be pretty gnarly. I like red. I think I'm gonna stick with the red idea. Sepulcher seems cool just as like a as just like a thing to do though too. Like it's cool that we unlocked that. Like it's got like good rewards and shit, I think, from it too, even. Low-key hard as fuck. It seemed pretty hard. Yeah, like you know, you really gotta kind of like know the mechanics of like running and shit, and how you skip over two tiles and Wook's walk in a penis shape, you know. Is this Wook's walking? Am I doing it? Oh, I just fucked it up. I feel like if this isn't already a technique, I'm gonna patent it as the penis technique. Or we could, I don't know, maybe call it like dicking him down or something. Dick walking. Because, I mean, like, I don't know, like you guys can kind of see, I don't know, there might be something to it, but, you know, I'm like skipping over this tile that like red's on, you know, and then I'm like skipping over this tile too by going to here. So I'm like never hitting these two tiles by doing this. I don't know. Surely it'll be important at some point. Let's go to Berthorpe. Wooks walks when you walk one tile out of range. Oh, okay. Okay, I feel like that. I don't know. I always imagine Wook's walk being some like crazy fucking thing. I feel like that's kind of like a normal, like, that's like how you do the fucking, what's it called? The Blood Moon fucking Panthers or whatever the fuck they are. It's like hit, walk away, hit. Not at all? Oh, I thought that's what it sounded like at least. My bad. It's a constant back and forth. If you miss a tick, you get stacked. Okay. I'll have to look at it sometime, for real, for real. Down in here. Faster movement with Wooks. Okay. So it's so it's really more of like a juke thing almost, where it's like walk away, drag, 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 walk away, drag. That kind of thing, I would guess. You're facing the direction the whole time. Yeah, I think it probably, I mean, like, I'm not actually like able to hit anything or whatever. It's like, like same idea. It's like, click here, click there, click here, click there, click here, click there, click here. Yeah. Even quicker than that. Okay. Click here, click there. Do. Yeah, that'd be a gnarly one to try and learn. Where you at? Yo, Grace. What up, girl? I got some shit to sell you. Love this song, Nervous Passenger. Easy peasy. I think we need 90 marks. So that's where 88 and then 96. Bingo. Now from here, we go to Austin, east of Shazian Bank. So I can actually, I think, just do this would by one of my faster ways. If you guys don't already know this fairy ring, you might want to try to remember this one or favorite it. It's a pretty good fairy ring. I didn't, have it on my radar, so maybe other people didn't. DJR, Chasm of Fire. See why. Bingo. Banco. If anyone's got a closer one, let me know. But like this is a pretty decent bank, I feel like, for Fairy Ring. Wonder why you're buying the amylase? Today I learned. Hell yeah. Where did it say he was? Oh, the claw. Oh wait. Okay, so yeah, he's like right down there. God, dude. You know what it is too? Like it's autumn, it's fall. So now it's time for, punk and Midwest emo and shit. That like cuz I was like, dude, why haven't I been listening to Knuckle Puck? And it's like, "Oh, cuz it's been summer." Like summer's for Dance Gavin Dance, and then, winter and fall is for fucking Knuckle Puck. Close your fairy ring in your house. Fair. Put on some Law Dispute. I'd be down maybe. I feel like I know a few of their songs that I like, I feel like. Trying to think. Like I'm awful with names and all that, but like I don't know, we might do something. Right now I am kind of vibing with Knuckle Puck. Law Dispute, so love it or hate it with the vocals. Yeah, it's like Sleeping with Sirens, right? Like really high pitched voice dude, right? Kind of song you listen to in the car with your mom, and they're like, "Wow, that girl has a really nice voice." It's a guy singer, mom. Okay, so that is closest to the bank. Right on, right on. Okay, Kiwi, that makes sense. As soon as you smack, you step back. That's the idea, yeah. Oh, you can do it talking to an NPC. That'd be a good way to like practice that. I see. You have 99 crafting, don't think you've ever bothered to use the cape. No shit. That's pretty nutty. A lot of speed's crazy live. Dude, that's one thing I really want to tell me more. Vast Kingdom. Many adventurers choose to wear special clothing which allows them to explore swiftly and with elegance. As an official tailor of Kourend, I can recolor this clothing, allowing adventurers to represent the city to which they are most loyal. If you're interested, I would be more than happy to offer my tailoring services in exchange for marks of grace. I'd like to recolor my graceful clothing. Fantastic. Simply pass me the items of clothing you wish to be recolored, and we can get started. Are you sure you want to recolor this piece of graceful clothing? It'll cost 15 marks of grace. That seems reasonable. Which city would you like to represent? Arceus, Hosidius, Lovakenji? I want the colors you're wearing. That's interesting. What's the one he's wearing? You will recolor grace flashes based on the cities for fitting blah blah blah. What's his? Oh, it's recolored. Blah blah blah. Doing so requires the completion of all 5 houses quests in the Great Cran quest series. Queen of Thieves. Oh, I think I've already done all that. It's so like the same though. Like it's cool and it looks good, but it's so just like the same as this. Right? It's just darker. Right? Like I like the red aesthetic. I'm going with it, but like, you know, I'm just looking at the other ones. Like Lovakenji's cool too. Like the fucking golden boy, like that is cool. I'm not gonna lie. But I do kind of like, and like I don't know, even if it's gonna be too matchy with all the red stuff, like I just like red. Red's always been my power color. Piscalarius, that's a cool one too, right? Like they're all good colors. Like they did a good job kind of picking the color palette for these. Colossal Worm's even really tight too. Like, you know, it's the Hoochie Daddy one. Went to the course instead of the piece. Yeah, like pretty Hoochie Daddy. I'm with it. Speedrunning recolors best, don't at me. It's definitely a popular like choice, and like, you know, it makes sense. It looks really nice and everything. Um this is the speedrunning one. Yeah. Like that looks really nice. You know, it's very adventurer, right? Um I dig that. Lovakenji one looks like a scorpion from Mortal Kombat. It kind of, yeah, you know, it is giving off that vibe. Get the disgraceful one of each color. That's wild. And tempting. Just fucking go down the line like cage, boot, gloves, legs, top, fucking, and then like hood be like that one or some shit, or like yeah, just get fucking wild with it. Hosidius is the one that I want though. Yeah, no, Shazian. Almost fucked that up. Uh, I want more Shazian. That seems reasonable. I want to represent Shazian. I could see making like some little like thing though, like red and gold, red and gold, red and gold or something. But for now, you know, maybe another day. But for now, I want to just do this. Go full red. More Shazian. Just want to make sure I'm pressing the right buttons. Don't want to like accidentally fuck it up. Hell yeah. Let's get over to the bank real quick. Get over here, Red. That looks fucking good, dude. Red always looks good. Why red? Because it's faster. Fuck yeah, dude. That does look mean. Yeah, buddy. Yo, twins. Good to see a dog. This, I mean, fucking A, dude. I fuck with this. I like that. The Red Menace. Crazy flex that you're not at all proud of, but you have every single one of those sets. So you grinded out multiple sets of graceful and then grinded out more marks to get all the recolors. Is that what you're saying, Forseer? How much Tylenol did your mother take? No, that's actually fucking that like dude, what the fuck? Like that must have taken a long time. Like what was your way to get marks and shit? I'm gonna release the litter staff for now because I don't even have it. I have to go like reclaim it. All of it. That's wild. At 90 you can do arty and it just kind of poops them out. Okay. Yeah, I do remember arty being kind of like up there on the marks of grace table. Oh yeah, 22 with the elite diary. 16 to 18. That's great. Like I don't know, like this is 17 to 18 by way of purchasing the amylase packs or whatever, but like I don't know. I don't know. I like this course. I haven't done a rooftop in a while, but also like I don't know, we haven't really I don't know, we only just unlocked this shit at 70. Oh shit, that reminds me. I mean, we gotta kill what's her nuts or whatever, but we accidentally or wait, no, I think we still would need to boost for it or whatever, but I was thinking I was like, "Oh, I got the agility for the desert diary," but no, I'm like one level off. But we're going to get that from doing like Song of the Elves and shit. Let's take one more look at this. Is that not that it matters. I'm literally just out of curiosity, but is that first WoW boy recolor for the graceful? I think if anyone it would be Joker that has the recolor. I like the red cape. Might be? Hell yeah. We take those? Oh shit. I have to like fix it in my little tab there. That's Right on. I don't know. That's just like I got distracted there. Excuse me. No, that was dope. I'm glad we did that, and I'm glad I waited till we were on stream too to recolor that because I forgot about that for a second. It's fucking dope. Now we are on Dark Kebbit, so let's just go ahead and do that. We got everything we need. De-equip that just for a second. We'll go over here, go to the Fremenic dungeon, go over to AKQ. Easy peasy. Bros 2 progress pilled. You know what? I think it kind of in general, yeah, I think, people haven't been doing like the side mission stuff as much, I think. Like little cosmetic shit like that. There's a couple of side grinds. Solid Sepulchre for the black, Brimhaven for the blue. Yeah, the Brimhaven for the blue. The Brimhaven blue looks really nice. I like that. Worm, yeah, the worm one for the Varlamore one, the Hoochie Daddy one, I like that a lot too. I feel like I would have that as like a second one, to be honest. Look at all these hunters out here, man. Is this you guys? Are you guys world hopping to my shit and hunting? We got hunters in the lair? Anyone doing hunter actually? Like for real? Now I actually am curious because there are times where, we're doing a skill and people are like, all right, fuck it, I'll grind too. And that's kind of like one of the magics about streaming RuneScape is we can just kind of like grind shit. Also, sorry again tonight, guys. I feel like I've missed like a lot of chats. Just chat's been chattier than I'm like used to responding to. I think I'm mostly hitting, just like the talking points and stuff people are talking about or whatever else. It's funny, Knuckle Puck really does give me like suburban Chicago vibes. Like, I wonder, I'll have to like look it up or whatever, like where the fuck they're from or whatever, but definitely how it feels. Like that very like, it's very like, it's Midwest emo, but without like being Midwest emo. You know what I mean? It's more punk.
Hunter rumor completed.
Hunter rumor completed. Can't do Slayer recently. Internet decided to fuck its connection to Jagex servers recently, and you're on a boss task. That sucks. So it's like, you really have something good to do, but you can't like really effectively do it. That gets annoying. Doing Slayer stuck on Basilisk. Kuradel doesn't like giving anything but greater demons and basilisks. I'm guessing basilisks are good for a time, and then like once you got what you want out of them, then it's kind of just like an annoying task. You can buy booty shorts in Keldegrim, Bis Fashionscape. Holy dude. Or is it booty shorts for both sexes? Like if I'm a dude or a chick. Trying to farm the Pharaoh Scepter. That's Pyramid Plunder, right? Shit, dude. That's a really nice one to get because player housing, but even just for the teleport itself, like before that. But like I think you need it for like your altar or whatever the fuck. But I think it's just for like the very last altar, so you can swap between like the three or whatever. Some shit like that. Losing grooves in my brain as we speak. You know how you fix that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what your proclivity is or where you're at, but a nice little bong hit usually fixes those grinds. The booty shorts are for both? Hell yeah. And baskets are just good until you get a jaw as an iron and then not. As a main, it's never. Okay. I mean, some as a main, you know, somebody's got to farm those jaws. Quit OSRS, but I'm not doing that. Nah, I mean, it would give you grooves in your brain back, but you know, just a nice little bong toke. I don't know. 2200 on Vardovis. What's the loot that you get from Vardovis? At least they give superiors sometimes. Oh, for the basilisks. Yeah, that's one consideration for like, because not everything can give a superior, right? Like I was watching a thing about like a block list where people are like blocking certain things or whatever. Ultor ring, the Bis strength. I see. Yeah. Don't you have to have like high crafting though to be able to like activate it or something, right? Ultor ring, all four give it, but uh all four what? Sorry, I missed that part. All four give it, but Virtus too. We're on Herbivore. Herbivore. Capybara, 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 capybara. You guys know that song? It's just like a dumb little fucking meme song. Capybara. I was just gonna type in capybara like 8 times. I wonder if this like it might not even be the right video. Surely it is. Hopefully it's not just like you know, like in our fucking ears. Watch history off? Oh, dude, yeah. There's no way I'm letting you guys see all the fucking sheer try-ons and all the shit I'm watching. Come on now. Fucking think you can catch me lacking like that? Crazy. Why? Okay, dude. There we are. Like, I swear, why is YouTube being a bitch? It is the song. Capybara, 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 capybara.
Yeah, she kind of fucked up. But where the fuck was this hunter?
Yo, Gus, welcome in, dude. Appreciate the follow.
Where was the hunter? Like, the hunter wasn't doing anything.
It's just such a fun. It's just such a fun word to say. Why did we even start saying capybara? Why did I start doing that shit? Don't even fucking remember. But it was good though. Capybara, 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 capybara. You and Varlamore maybe saw one because they're in OSRS in-game capybara because you're insane. That's pretty fucking good. Let's go to the dig site. See how he laughs? Yeah. Caught. Fucking doesn't even deny it. Yo, dude, don't the magic tree houses look so good? Like, look at these things, man. Especially compared to like all the other ones where it's all just like, it's just some like, you know, just like it's just a regular wood old tree house, you know, it's just like a brown tree house. This, it's like it's got paint on it almost because it's all the magic. Okay, we got yo. Out of these 2 magic birdhouses, we have gotten 1 fucking bird nest. That's insane. Dude, I love that I'm like deep enough into the game and like experienced enough of the game because like everyone's all like, you know, especially when I was like starting, they're like, oh, you're gonna, you know, you got to do your birdhouse runs. That's where you like get all your tree seeds and blah blah blah. I'm like, I ain't found shit, dude. Like, you know, like it has been good. Like, don't get me wrong. This is just like a weird one or whatever. With at least the magic birdhouses. The magic birdhouses, I will say, like, do give much more like nests or many more nests. The previous tiers though, dog water. I don't know. You want seeds, just I don't know. You just get lucky. You just wait. You just wait and they show up places. Wish they could load a little bit like the ooh, that would be cool. Like that little kind of like chandelier effect kind of thing that it has where it's like dripping the sparkles. That would be nuts. I mean, shit, dude, at that point, I would never use like a redwood fucking treehouse. I would just always use those. Now let's get some herbivore. Herbivore? Oh, because it was herbivore. That's why the capybara. Herbivore, 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 herbivore. That's why. I'm gonna finish. I'm not. Trapaholics. We make it look easy. Rock with your boys. Damn, son, where'd you find this? That's another one. You guys know that one?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
It's just. Like, I love that one. It's like a whole bit. Like, that's like a short, condensed version, but that's definitely all we needed right there. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Real trap shit.
Fucking real trap shit. Trapaholics. We make it look easy. Rock with your boy. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Herbivore is a really fun word to say, and it might be one of my favorite hunter. It's probably my favorite hunter rumor. Herbivore, dude, your herbivore harvest count is 290. I think I like herbivore. Pretty dank. It's a lot of EXP too. Like, I don't know. There was one night we were just kind of like chilling and skilling or whatever, like a villain, and we did, I don't know, like maybe an hour of herbivore, and um, it's a lot of fucking XP. You know, like we're getting, you know, all this EXP, you know, step to step or whatever. Like you see at the end, we get like a 2K drop. Like, you know, it's pretty time invested in shit. It's pretty fast. Pet soon, dude. If I got herbivore, especially on stream, I'd probably cry. Cause like I'm just that guy. Like when I found my dog well, I mean that gives it away. I found my dog IRL on the street one night. So it's just like, you know, similar vibes. Like even getting Rocky kind of, I'm not gonna lie, when I got Rocky, I'm glad I was kind of off stream. Because I did, get a bit emotional just thinking about my dog and stuff. Because he passed away, like, not this last summer, but the summer previous to that. And like I said, just the story, right? Finding him on the side of the road and everything. It's very, very just similar. It's like I found this guy, showed up in my life. Quetzal too, yeah, little Quetzin. Quetzin's a really cool one. He like flies around and shit. I like that. We're still waiting on the partner application to come back. A couple of friends of mine have said that, you know, it's like a good sign for it to not be like an instant response. Because like if it's an instant, if it's like a 24-hour, 48-hour response, then it's probably just a no. So it can be like a good sign, but it also could just be, just processing time and shit. But hey, who knows? And if not, we'll just keep going and see what happens and work towards it and make it, make it work. 300 pet rates of acquisition is like 60 to 80 million XP, so good luck. Yeah, I mean, that's numbers and shit, though. Fuck numbers. I got red at like 40 thieving. Anything could happen. Exactly, it's 50-50. Just get the drop. It's just that easy. You just do it. Remember when I got the steel ring? Was it ring? Steel? I don't fucking remember. I don't know if I actually made a command for that one, to be honest. I think I still have this one, though. Let's see. I think this was my... I think this was on Blood Sale, which... For my RuneScape people, Blood Sale was the unofficial hardcore server where like the community was playing. Oh, wait. No, this was Deviant Delight. But this is actually kind of a cool example of like, me doing like the solo. I mean, it's at the very end of it or whatever, but and like I don't you guys maybe slightly recognize this background or whatever, like all these pillars and all these ogres and stuff right here. It's the same, like that's where the picture's based off of, is this place. With me and my hunter gear and Loki and all that stuff. But so this was me dinging level 60, which is max level, off of doing this, which is something that you usually do at level 60 and stuff. And I don't know. I wanted it to be like my thing, kind of show off and be like, I am the king. So here's the thing though. I came in with an owl, which is not a good pet for this. Like you want a wolf to be able to kind of like do some shenanigans with pulling mobs and everything. And like you guys can see, I'm letting him get really fucking close to me. Like usually you dance him along this edge and everything, and easy breezy, beautiful cover school, right? But I don't. I'm just getting too cheeky with it. I'm like, okay, let's do this. All right, he hits me. All right, pet's got 11 health. Pet despawned. Guy's still next to me. Boss has 700 health. Call the pet again to just slow him down for a second. Feign death to get like and immediately go back up to get the reset on him. 700 health on me, 86 health on him. He hits me back. I get a little arcane shot off and he's dead. Ding, full health. I fucking love it. I was so dead there. I was so dead. But I just clutched it. Fucking 500 health. fucking love that shit. I know. It's not it's easy to understand maybe if you like don't play WoW and all that shit, but it I don't know, it gets me hyped still. I still think about a lot of like my different solo stuff that I used to do in WoW and just, especially lately just to kind of like maybe how to like how best I can kind of translate those skills or whatever to be able to like do this stuff and figure this stuff out. Even like last night on Sins of the Father, like I don't know, I feel like each death that I had, besides the kind of like BS not I don't know, it wasn't necessarily even BS. I just got like lightninged plus whatever. Like I just kind of got like double hit or whatever. Just took too much damage with too little health. Tale as old as time. But even when I was doing that and everything, I felt like fight to fight, I was like, just kind of like figuring it out and being better. Like, oh, okay, so this happens, this works this way, so do it like this. I don't know, just kind of like locking it in and fucking it up. Isn't that where Pirate Software tanked his career? Fucking. It is the same dungeon, actually, though. That is Dire Mall North. You are right, like memes aside. That is the same dungeon. Did you like the Sins of the Father quest? It was alright. Like, it definitely didn't suffer as much from, like, the run around part, like a run around the world part. Like, you still had to run around that one place a bunch, right? But eventually, you get like the little teleport thing and like the robes and yada yada, so it makes it a bit better. Yeah, like all in all, it was like a pretty decently good quest. I think he has a few pulls before that, if I remember. Yeah, they were at like basically the very beginning of the dungeon. So as far as like on the map, which I don't know, it's kind of like hard to see for you guys, but in the top left here, they were at where my mouse cursor was, which would be like, wait, let me just show. Okay, so like you walk in, you go to the left. I mean, and you guys know because they like ran out or whatever, right? But see, it's funny too. That it's got my original name on here, J Zeus, instead of J2Low. Funny enough, the only reason my name isn't J Zeus on Twitch is just because it was taken or whatever. So I just went with J2Low. Smashed my name together. Which is even how I came up with J Zeus. I just put J-A and then Zeus. Jake Zeus. Boom. So yeah, they were basically right here. Which again is kind of like, I don't know. Everyone, it's a whole thing, but it's like you're not supposed to go up this way anyway. Like you don't like as like a group that's clearing it or whatever. Like if you're a group that's clearing it, you go around the left and everything. It's just like the less shit to deal with and bullshit and stuff to pull and everything, which is exactly what happened. Just you go up the middle here and then you start pulling everything. You pull the thing on the left, you pull the thing up at the top, pull the patrol that's coming through on the thing. Like it just turns into a shit show. But yeah, so like you can see like, very early into the dungeon, like I'm 10 seconds walking into here sort of shit. It is like very beginning part of it. But dude, hardcore WoW, like hardcore anything, dude, it's just that's just the way it is it gets a little bit gnarly sometimes. Like no matter how like early, how easy, whatever else, like dude, plenty of people have died, before level 10 or in the first dungeon, all that kind of shit. Oh, 07 Zario. Fucking A, 07. It's basically the same process for every late game boss in the game. You'll learn, even if they're not hard, you gotta learning process them at first. Yeah, and I think that's where I've had a little bit of the trouble, like we were talking about earlier, just on the expectations of chat and stuff like that. Like there was one comment that I kind of brushed past, but I did read where like people kind of like expect us to be like pros right off the bat or whatever, and it's just like, yo, like I get that we're like Twitch streamers and like good at other games or like whatever else, but it's like, I don't know. Would you expect like a football player to like instantly be good at baseball? It's like, sure, he'll be athletic, but like it's just a different game, right? Main questing is nice. You buy all the TVs off the exchange. Yeah. I bet that's pretty tight. Because like there's a lot of just like little teleports that really help, like, you know, Orania or whatever the fuck, right? Like there's just those ones that are slightly out of the way and shit. And yeah, shit hit the fan fast in that Dire Maul run. But shit hits the fan fast in like that. Again, that's kind of just hardcore. It's like in any situation where like it cascades so quickly, and it's even, you know, it's just it's good game design, I think, to a degree. But and like I've said that about RuneScape, where you know sometimes a large part of the difficulty is just missing that first mistake. Because like, okay, you get hit, you know, with this mechanic. Now you're looking over here to heal yourself or whatever. You're not looking at the other thing. Now that other thing hit you. Now you got to heal more. Now you're getting hit by 4 things. Like it's just a cast. So you got to like, you know, get your bearings and like getting, you know, you got to get out of taking mechanics before you start like actually, being able to like, before you're actually like, able to recover and stuff. But yeah, you know, it's good game design. You know, you make one mistake, you make 5. It's kind of a cascading thing, so don't make mistakes. Getting a dude, we can make a small fossil and a medium fossil dealio, which is cool for it's cool for kudos, which we don't need anymore, I don't think, really. But we also get like EXP lamps and shit, which is cool. Also, speaking of like EXP lamps, I haven't gotten my Duradel's notes from doing that one quest. So we still have that to go pick up whenever we want. You know, it's 15 times your level, so you can kind of cheese it and like wait to turn it in or whatever, but like I don't know. I did the math on it or whatever. It was like, you know, if I did it at 69, it was like 1,037 versus doing it at 70, it was like 1,050 or something. So it was like very minuscule, like tens of EXP difference. Yeah, like 1,035 versus 1,050. So like, yeah, not that big a deal. It's not even an expectation from above average veterans. The bosses are like puzzles to go figure out along with a bit of timing and reaction. Unless you overgear it and then you can order shit out of it. Yeah, and like, I don't know. Like if you guys are familiar at all with like the Dire Maul thing that I was talking about, how hunters do the Hunter Dire Maul solo. Like that was dude, I spent a month like doing this shit. Trying to like really learn it, and you know, I had to learn a bunch about like game mechanics as far as like, you know, even something as simple as like when you go in the instance, the mobs start moving and start doing their pathing. So like you can't like try and do the run while watching the video and stuff and like pause it and wait and watch and blah blah blah, because all the stuff's gonna be like out of order. You know, and like how to run through all these different mobs and stuff with like using your pet control, and like, you know, using like the invisibility at this part, not toggling like your tracking or your spells or whatever, because that'll knock you out of the invisibility, and like then you know, so just even getting there is like a whole thing, right? And then actually doing the kill's like fairly easy in my opinion, but you know, it's just a juggling act of getting aggro on the caster so that it doesn't kill your pet, and getting aggro on the king so it doesn't kill your pet, and you know, just juggling them. And you can see like they're kind of split, right? Like this guy's up here, this guy's down here, right? So you gotta kind of like, you know, you gotta work around that, because if you just feign death right now, which is where you fake death and they just go back to your pet, their pet has the aggression now. If you do that right now, then this guy's gonna just kind of like go right back and start hitting your pet, which isn't the worst thing, because you could just start shooting him and this guy will still be running back or whatever, as long as you don't have linked aggro, which is another nuanced thing. And you avoid linked aggro by like pulling the boss in a specific way and everything like that. So it's like, you know, just this kind of farm alone, you know, has like a whole bunch of shit to it that will teach you kind of just about the game or whatever, right? And like how things kind of work mechanically and stuff. You see, like, you know, this guy's got aggro. He's going, you know, dipping out of line of sight so it's not casting on him. Goes back up to the king, charges a big old shot so that it, you know, lands right before it gets to the pet. Gets to shit out a bunch of damage on him, and then it's just a rinse and repeat of that. Just waiting for them to get back here, faking the death so that they go back to the pet, and then just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Little ping pong action. Love that kind of shit. Yeah, Hunter is like, and that's where I like, again, that's where I kind of feel like I'm a little bit in a good place skill wise for a lot of this stuff. Like I've been hard on myself and whatever else, but it's like, you know, for what it's worth, like I'm kind of badass at shit. I just, you know, I need to learn. Like I said, it took me like a month to get Dire Maul. But for what it's worth too, I was also kind of like, I don't know. I would still say I was like a noob, right? Like I played back in the day and everything, and like I was good or whatever. But just as far as like vanilla classic kind of noob, right? And like, you know, my first Molten Core, I was still using Serpent Sting until my raid leader was like, hey, don't do that, blah, 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 and like explain why about like the debuff limit and all that shit. So when I was learning and it took me a month or whatever, I was still just kind of like I don't know. I just wasn't much of a like, as much of like a WoW gamer as I was. And right, like I said, like, you know, Iron Man kind of taught me a lot of that shit and had me like kind of go into that about like the nuances of the game and just kind of like the nuts and bolts, and you know, kind of in the same way where you guys are like, oh, you know, the mob will prioritize a east west before north south, or whatever the fuck it is, north south before east west, like, you know, just kind of having that sixth sense of like how shit's gonna move, or you know, when you guys are like, oh, that was like 6 tiles away or whatever the fuck, and I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean that was 6 tiles away? The fuck you're counting the fucking tiles, like. But it's just like a feels thing. Sounds like you entered a hyperbaric time chamber for WoW training. Oh, 100% twins. I would definitely call Dire Maul like a hyperbolic time chamber. 100%. Like, I got like, yeah, dude, I got like years worth of training in like a month. You know why I love classic WoW? Pressing Bloodthirst and Cleave, Warrior Gang. I was a hunter like the whole time, basically. But sometime into like my vanilla classic career, I did start playing warrior and shit. Like the hunter to warrior pipeline is very real. Cause like, I don't know, as a hunter, you do pretty good damage, but you're not taken seriously and you're never prioritized for loot or just like anything, groups, blah, blah, blah. Nobody really takes you seriously. It's like, okay, hunt hard, like that kind of shit. And then like, you're like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna play, you know, I'm gonna play warrior and I'm gonna be the Giga Chad and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And then like you realize you're like, oh shit, yeah, now I see why everybody plays warrior. This shit's fucking dank. Yeah. Fucking charge, cleave, intercept. Like I love tanking on warrior. I just do full fury tanking. And it's fun, like Sardako and I both do that. We just go full fury. It's like fuck it, just like tactical mastery is too good. Like fuck any of the shit in fucking the defensive tree. You don't fucking need it. Like, and the thing is too, like I hate when people like, and again, like we're talking about WoW, so just, you know, buckle up guys, but people will talk about different specializations, you know, specs, and they'll be like, oh, deep prot, you know, I like deep prot because I feel more tanky and this and that. And I'm like, show me in the talent tree where it makes you more tanky. Like, because it doesn't. Like, the difference between deep prot and fury prot, there's like no tanky difference. The only tangible difference would be like, and I'm trying to remember from memory, but it was something like a few % of block, which doesn't fucking matter. Because, like, block is nothing, because block value in vanilla is, like, dog shit. You're taking off, like, 20 damage off of, like, a 600 damage attack. It's kind of like, it's nothing. Or even less. Like, 20 damage would be a lot. Like, you'd be, like, stacking block value at that point and have, like, no other stats. Yeah, no, like, when it comes to Fury Prot versus like, Fury Arms, like, it's, I don't know. It's just a misnomer, and I think it's just because people are like, oh, it's deep prot. It's fucking balls deep prot. It's so fucking deep in the prot. So it must be protection, like, very protective. It's like, it doesn't actually, like, again, like, I don't know. Warcraft Tavern. That's weird. Didn't even go straight to WoW Classic. Probably gonna slow down my computer like a motherfucker. So this is deep prot, and the difference in deep prot is like you go past like last stand and stuff. So you're getting improved Sunder armor. That's not making you more tanky. Improved taunt. That's not making you more tanky. Improved shield wall. 3 seconds of being extra tanky on your 30-minute cooldown. Fair. I mean, like, technically does make you more tanky for those 3 seconds on your 30-minute cooldown, but again, 3 seconds on a 30-minute cooldown. Concussion blow stuns the opponent for 5 seconds. Doesn't really directly make you more tanky. It's a 45-second cooldown, and you stop taking damage if something is stunned because it's not hitting or casting on you, but in a boss fight, that doesn't make you more tanky, which is where people are talking about deep prot, like 9 times out of 10. Shield slam doesn't make you more tanky. It's just an attack. One-handed weapon specialization just makes you do more damage with one-handed melee weapons. Doesn't make you more tanky. So, like, again, like when people talk about deep prot being tanky or whatever, it's not. It literally, like, the argument you can make is like because you have like more defiance or whatever for like extra threats, so you can like wear tankier gear and then still like have a decent time generating threat. But if you're wearing tankier gear, you're gonna have a hard time generating threat because, you know, you're gonna get slightly less rage, but that's even like less. The thing is, like, if you're wearing tankier gear, you're just gonna have shitty damage because you're not wearing like offensive stats, you're wearing defensive stats. And like, I don't know, especially when it comes to vanilla WoW, it's like you don't need to be like outside of hardcore, but even in hardcore, but like, you know, outside of hardcore, especially just playing the game normally, it's like, you know, the damage you take is just a healer's problem. Like, just stand in the fire, DPS higher. Who fucking cares, you know? Deep prod dad gamers are the bane of classic WoW. Kungan apologists, I swear. It's just one of those things, dude, where people literally don't even read the talents. You know what I mean? Like, they just take it at face value of, oh, it's deep prot. Like, I know when I go deep into something, that means it's really good. You know? Like, they literally don't even read the talents and understand, like, what the fuck they're getting out of it. Yo, Green Monster, appreciate that. We got him at like 40 thieving like a million years ago and just like never have him out. But we got a little Shazian recolor. I'm wearing some of my hunter gear or whatever for the EXP, but went ahead and got the red Shazian recolor, so we're on that red gang. You have to play Fury to play with good DPS for aggro regardless. Right, that's the thing is like if you're playing with some fucking like even just average Fury warrior, like they're just gonna pull threat and like then they're the tank, you know? And like, I don't know. Which is funny too, because like oh man, when people talk about like how prot paladin, they'll be like, oh, prot paladin, it's so bad, like it's not viable or whatever. It's like, first of all, you don't know what you're talking about. Second of all, you're dumb as shit. Because paladins can actually do the most threat per second out of any fucking tank class. And it's because of a weird little mechanic called Greater Blessing of Kings spam. So Greater Blessing of Kings is a buff that applies to all members of that class. So if you have like a bunch of warriors or a bunch of rogues or a bunch of mages or a bunch of whatever, and you don't even really have to have a bunch. And I forget like the numbers for the breakpoints and all that kind of shit, but you basically just cast a buff and the buff gives you aggro because like it's like a beneficial thing that you're doing to a party member. So, you know, it's like, hey, you know, the boss gets angry at that, right? It's not really like supposed to work like that. Like, again, it is kind of like it's like a cheesy technique thing or whatever that like people kind of find out. But like, you know, buffs do give like a lot of aggro. Like if you're pulling in hardcore, you know, pulling a mob back or whatever, and then like your healer rebuffs you or whatever in the middle of that for whatever reason because your shit's about to fall off, then like they'll get a shit ton of aggro and it's like, oh wait, what the fuck? Yeah, so paladins like had like literally the best AoE threat out of like any tank via Greater Blessing of King spam. We straight up had a like, and I was in more of a dad guild or whatever that was like very inclusive and stuff, but we had a paladin tank in Nax and it was more than fine. Honestly, for some situations it was even better. Like Gluth, where all the zombies are coming out and shit, and like somebody's got to kite them and everything. Like it's like perfect for Gluth. It's like unlimited AoE threat that just you can just spam and you don't actually have to be hitting the mobs because they're spread out all over the place. And like people will like quote like, oh, paladins can't tank because they don't have a taunt. And it's like, dude, so many of the bosses aren't tauntable anyway. Like it's specific cases when it's like a taunt swap mechanic or something like that the boss is tauntable. And then in that case, yeah, you know, it makes it harder or whatever, but you can still do it and you can still even do little cheesy things. You know, you have the paladin at second threat, you have the warrior tank at top, you bubble the warrior, you know, and then now you're on top or whatever. Like you can like, I don't know, you can work around it. You can get clever and smart. It's kind of the same thing. Like, man, when people are like, oh, TBC hardcore won't work because like, you know, people are just going to die on Terran Gorefiend because the mechanic is it literally kills you. It's like, man, you must have been with some really bad groups to not even know that like you can just skip the mechanic with more DPS. Like, and like that's me being a little bit of an asshole, but that's, you know, it's kind of fighting fire with fire for that thing where it's like, you know, all these people trying to be kind of like know-it-alls and act like they're so smart and they literally don't even know that that's just like a possibility, like that you can just DPS faster and not even see the mechanic. If you wanted your tank to drink between every pull, zombie tank needs a healer's job. Yeah, no, that's fair. There's different ways to do it, but like, you know, the point being is just that it can be done and very well too. And the tank drinking between pulls thing, like, I totally get what you mean, like, especially with dungeons or something like that. But from playing it myself, like Prot Pally, I found just downranking my Consecrate and I know it sounds silly or whatever, like, oh, just downrank your Consecrate. But no, like downranking my Consecrate plus not consecrating on cooldown. Because threat's a binary. Once you have, you know, once you're top threat, you know, if you're 4,000 above the next person, it doesn't matter, really. Like, it matters, right? Because, like, it's nice to have a threat lead or whatever for, like, in case anybody pops off or whatever. But it's like, as long as you are on top, you're on top. So you don't need to, like, worry about trying to like add extra damage or add extra threat with like your consecrate. So just being smart about your consecrate basically is what I'm getting at. Really avoids that. Like I had a really great time doing prop pally. It's actually one of my more favorite dungeon tanks. I just like dungeons in general too though. Like I like druid dungeon tanking. Ironically, I really don't like warrior dungeon tanking that much. It get like, I don't know. You almost got to be like spec'd for dungeons for warrior. At least for me, just for my enjoyment. Like I don't know. I am kind of a fan of like the two-hand sweeping strikes tanking shit when it comes for warrior, even at higher level, like even at max level. It's just some good weapons and good, good kind of like stuff that you can do with it. Yeah, it's just best for dungeons. Like I mean, you can dual wield fury tank dungeons, but it's just you're gonna be you're gonna be like way more stressed. I've done it and like yeah, like it's just you're just constantly just trying to fucking hit everything.
Hunter rumor completed.
Like yeah, no, like compared to two-hand arms tanking, like two-hand arms tanking is almost like autopilot in comparison. Like I'm saying, like yeah, when you're trying to fury tank or whatever, like it's almost like tick manipulation. If I could like make the comparison, it's like fury warrior tanking in a dungeon, like requires kind of like the same amount of like attention, kind of. Maybe not the same exact, but just in a similar way. It's like, the AFK, star mining method versus fucking, swamp tar or whatever the fuck, Can't wait for the Jimmy interview with you. Yo, Frodo, I would love that. Jimmy's a really cool dude. We're kind of familiar from like OnlyFans. I feel like we even did a dungeon together. Like, I don't know, probably somewhere in there. It's hard to remember all the different dungeons and shit. I've known Flutton for a minute too, even. She started doing hardcore WoW like long before like OnlyFans and all this other stuff was going on and stuff. She just like played it just because like she like likes hardcore versions of games or whatever, right? Like, it was familiar at least like from RuneScape. But yeah, no, so when she came into to WoW or whatever, like that was really cool. She has done really well on like all of her characters and stuff too. Like like I'd classify her as like a gamer. She knows what's up. Not that my classification matters, but no, I mean. Got an Infernal Cape on OSRS, I remember. Damn. Homegirl, okay, I didn't know she got it like that. But I mean, shit, dude, like I was saying, I mean, she really picked up WoW quickly. Like, I feel like a lot of people kind of fumble around with stuff, but I think maybe because of RuneScape or just like whatever with her kind of like personality. I just noticed that she she picked things up quickly, asked the right questions, and figured shit out well. Like was able to like I said, kind of like ask the right questions and think of the right things, or like even notice different things about like what was going on, to like figure out more stuff. Yeah, and you're right there too with the two-handed arms being top DPS in the dungeon. Like, you're the first on target, right? So like that helps like a ton and everything. But you pop off with some crits on that whirlwind sweeping strikes. You're at like 1,000 DPS on pull, and you're just like, the fuck. Like it goes pretty crazy. Like I said, there's some pretty good weapons. Like there's the Blackrock Slicer. I actually have that. Dude, like I have a couple of warriors that are honestly pretty well set up. Like it's mostly like pre-raid gear and stuff, but like I mean legitimately like at least I don't know, up to a point, like once you get to like AQ or whatever, but like pre-raid gear versus like, you know, some of the raid gear or whatever else that you get, like, you know, it is slight upgrades, you know, 10 attack power, 12 attack power, 3 strength, maybe a crit if you're lucky. But just to say that, like, I don't know, like when you're in pre-raid best, like you're actually like still pretty powerful. One of them I have like rank 10 gear or some shit because we were on like Deviate Delight. Went ahead and like ground that out. I think it was just rank 10. I don't think I did 12. But that was fun and it looks cool too. It wasn't a fun grind. I meant like it was just fun to have the gear. Yo, it's good, Tathy. I think his arms can help bridge the slow weapon, slow rage gap because you get rage from being bonk can just pop off. Yeah, and like, yeah, like I find, yeah, right, like you're saying, when you just kind of going in there, charging into everything, you get hit by everything. Nice one, you know, one big auto, and then you're good. I will say, like, the Blackrock Slicer, it is kind of weird because it's like a 4.0 second swing, you know, 4-second swing timer. So like, it does get a little bit weird. Like there were definitely times where I would like kind of charge into shit and be like, all right, any day now, you know, like it definitely felt like a little bit weird. You just kind of like have those kind of lulls in rage sometimes, like at the very start or something. Then you know you get hit a few times, like all right, here you go. Boom, boom, boom. Having like blood rage or whatever the fuck it is for like those moments and stuff is good too, though. Just that little like 10 plus rage. DPS just got to keep in their pants for like 4 seconds. And that's, I mean, that's part of why you just got to be aggressive as a warrior tank. Like you just got to go balls to the wall and like be charging into shit while people are still drinking. I'm not keeping in my pants. 4 seconds? Shit. Yeah, 4 seconds is a long time. Like, I usually will say, like, you know, give me, like, 1 global. Give me 2. Like, don't race me to the mob. You know what I mean? Like, that shit was always, like, you know, I'd be, like, charging in or, like, whatever else. And, like, as soon as I hit charge, like, the hunter's already firing their bow. Which is fine, you know, like, hunters can at least, like, feign death and shit, or, like, they can just tank it a little bit, too, like, just melee weave it down. That's generally what I would do on Hunter. Like, if I pulled aggro on something, I would bring it close so that it could get, like, whirlwinded and stuff and, like, hit by cleave damage, but I was still far enough away to shoot my bow on the thing I was shooting at, but then be able to melee weave that guy still, too. I really love Hunter. Especially just, I don't know, because I feel like I'm a good hunter, right? And it's just that contrast because people are used to bad hunters. So then when you're a good hunter, people are like, oh shit, I like you. It's like being a not crazy redhead. It's like everybody loves a redhead, but not everybody loves like the amount of crazy that comes with it. Like everyone loves a hunter. Everybody loves like True Shot Aura, you know, the pet, all that, good vibes, weed. But people don't like when you pull extra mobs or, you know, your pet pulls extra mobs or... Is that why my OSRS hunter level's so high? Yeah, it kind of is, yeah. It's, you know, it's a homophone. Same name, different meaning. We got like about a half a level so far tonight. And this is kind of all we've been doing. Just wanted to have kind of just a chill night. Little Hunter-ween. That's why you don't wear leather DPS gear as a DPS warrior. Keep the chonk on when your tank sucks, you become the tank. Yeah. And like dude, honestly, I feel like the leather thing is a bit overstated too. Like don't get me wrong, like if you're in full leather or whatever, right? Like it is less armor than mail or plate. And you know, that translates to taking in more damage. But like, dude, I had healers that would be like, dude, you're wearing leather, like what do you expect? And I would have like a leather belt or like a leather belt and like leather shoulders. And I'm like, dude, I don't think my 2 leather pieces of armor like justified as calling me wearing leather. You know what I mean? Like I'm missing out on like so especially in those slots. Like those slots like have such just little armor contribution to begin with. Like I definitely had a bit of that on one of my warriors where people would be like, dude, you're wearing leather, what do you expect? Or whatever. And then I got like the fucking PvP set or whatever the fuck. Right? You know, like the PvP shoulders and like the PvP pants or whatever. And I was like, what now, bitch? I'm not wearing fucking leather or whatever. And I'm still fucking dying. How about you heal? And it's PvP gear, so it's got more stamina. What the fuck's up, bro? Like, but healing sucks just because it's a thankless job and it's always your fault. But it is always your fault. Heal me. Nah, I've been a healer. I got it. Like, funny enough, I did Resto Druid for any of the knowers. Fuck, you played Resto? Yeah, I played Resto, okay? Get off my dick. I played Resto Druid. And it was sick, and I did Moon Glow, and I had the tier set, and I casted fast as fuck, and I was sniping pallies all fucking day.
Hunter rumor
Hunter
completed.
rumor completed. Did I hot? I was allowed to. Now listen, I didn't like roll all my hots. When I say I'm allowed to, I was allowed to cast regrowth because of my whole thing that I was just talking about there where I was doing Moon Glow. Because Moon Glow, when you crit, it like would reduce the cast time on your spells or whatever. For like I don't know. I forget if it was only like a, you know, regrowth and whatever, blah blah blah. Like I'm pretty sure it was just your healing spells, or I don't know. Regardless, the point is that it made your cast faster for your heals. So I had that spec plus the tier set bonus from tier 2 that did like the same thing. So my casts for regrowth were like stupid fast. I was, like I said, like I was legit, I was sniping pallies. Fuck your flashlight. Only Raider in vanilla is Druid being a fairy firebot. Nah, I feel your ego, and like I can tell that you're from like a bit more of like a try hard kind of like parsing, you know, like logging kind of group. At least that's the way it seems. And like I get you, but like I don't know. I don't love the idea that like there's only like it can only be done this way or something. Like, cause you know, just how meta focused people are, and like I know like you're kind of memeing and shit, but like people will truly kind of say like, oh, you can't like do the raids without this comp or whatever, and it's like, really, are you that bad at the game that like you can't play this what you also call an easy game like without like this super specific god comp? Like, really? Shit, that just makes you sound bad. And I'm not saying that about you, of course. Genuinely, not saying that about you. But just that idea for the ethereal people, right? Yeah, no, dude, 100%. Like that's the thing is like I know you're good enough to know that none of that shit matters, so I know you're not actually like saying that shit. But there like but that's the thing is like, you know, you've probably run into it too, where like there are people like that where it's like, you know, the way that I always put it is that when I'm talking about this stuff is that the game is brain dead easy, except I'm a genius for being good at it, and it's super hard when I say it is. You know, because like people will say that stuff where it's like, oh, it's like impossible to like do this or like have like a paladin tank or like a druid healer or this or that, and you know, because like in like the implication is like the game is hard or whatever, right? But then they'll be like, oh, game's so easy, like how are you like not, you know, super adept at it or whatever, right? And then but it's like you can't have it both ways. The game is either easy and it's, you know, it's just easy and who cares if you're good at it, or the game's hard and like we should care whether or not like you're good at it or whatever, right? For like whatever ego shit. But people like dumb people want to have it kind of both ways with that. Where game's easy. Also, I'm a genius for being good at it. It's like, well,
Hunter-ween completed.
I mean, I don't know. If it's easy, like, who cares if you're a genius at it, sort of thing. People act like that seriously towards even your average player, and it's dumb. Yeah, dude, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. Like I said at the first part, it kind of frustrates me where people be like, oh, you can't do this unless this, right? And it's like, what? Dude, like, do you think the game is like that, like, rigid? That like especially like vanilla and stuff like that. It's like, do you really think that they were like, I don't know, just like I said, like that rigid where it's like it can only be done with like this super specific composition? Like back in like 03, 04, like, or 04, yeah, 04, 05? Like, I don't think so. They moved the goalposts on Sardaukar with that logic so many times. Yeah, it's trust. Yeah. Like, you get it, I get it, we get it. And it's just dumb. Because at the end of the day, it's kind of just confirmation bias. I've talked a little bit about this here and there, but it's just the confirmation bias of like, you know, even like, you know, during some of our raids or whatever else, it's the same idea, right? You run into it there too, where, you know, people be like, oh, Jay, like, you know, why is he so bad? Or like Sardako, like, oh, what, you know, like, how did you know make that mistake or this or that or whatever? And like, you know, a lot of times it comes down to just whether or not that person liked you to begin with, you know, because like, you know, someone doesn't like me and I make a mistake, boom, it confirms that, you know, the things that they didn't like about me, that I'm bad, that I'm stupid, that blah, 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 right? But, you know, I do something wrong and, you know, somebody in chat likes me, like, you know, any of you guys or whatever, right? Basically, you're like, you know, I'd be like, oh, well, you know, he made a mistake. He's, you know, he's actually like learning. He's improved a lot, blah, 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 right? You know, all the rationalizations and shit.
Completed.
And it's like, I don't know. They're both kind of right to a degree, but like, it really is like largely, I think, just the confirmation bias stuff where it's like, if you like someone, you'll find reasons to like them. If you don't like them, you'll find reasons not to like them. Right, yeah. They can't wait to hate whoever it is. Exactly. They're just looking for that thing. They're just waiting. I feel like, I mean, yeah. Like, I think everyone's dealt with this, especially because, you know, we're coming into kind of a new world of, you know, new community and stuff. And so there's like maybe a little bit of like a threatening nature to it where it's like, you know, what are these, what's these guys' deal or whatever, right? You know, like, you know, even when we came in at first, you know, like, you know, what's with all these WoW players? Like, are you guys getting paid or something, right? Like, that was kind of like the first thing. Like, are you guys getting paid? Like, everyone was like all concerned about that or whatever, which, like, I would be open, like, you know, I have to be open, but I would be just open just anyway, like, because I would be excited to be like, yo, guys, I'm getting fucking paid to play OSRS. Fuck yeah. Like, you know, I would like be the first one to fucking tell you guys. But yeah, people will look for their reasons. Like I said, you know, when we first came in here as that, now, you know, like with Zaryu, right? Even like, I feel like people were so hard on him because like, you know, I get the kind of idea where it's like, you know, he's supposed to be the Giga Chad WoW, rank 1, blah, 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 you know. You think you can just come in here and play our game or whatever? So then everyone like nitpicks every single little mistake and thing or whatever. And it would be like, oh, he just what's it called? Crabbed his way up to all of his combat. He doesn't even know how to play the game and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, like, I'm watching him and he's like doing swaps like 50 times better than me and stuff. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's still like good at the game, guys. Like it's like, if you're saying he's bad, like, you know, what do you think about me? Because I'm dog shit compared to that. Like, I can't swap as good as him or whatever else, right? Like, you know, there's a lot of just, yeah, what I feel like, at least, I feel like, yeah, people were kind of just like threatened ego wise or whatever. And we talked a little bit about that already, but like, I do think there's a little bit of that sometimes when it comes to this stuff, of people just kind of being like not cool with like people just kind of coming in and doing as much as we have in like 3 months as they have in like so many years. But you know, there's a lot of differences. When we started, right? Like, we have access to like a lot of easier grinds and stuff, and like XP, you know, Varlamore, blah blah blah. For, you know, for basically all of us, it's, you know, like a job, so we have like a lot of time to play it and stuff. And we have the advantage of like being guided by chat and stuff like that, like you guys like kind of just telling us what to do and where to go and how to, you know, XYZ thing, right? So we definitely have a lot of advantages. You need to get, Jesus Christ, red doesn't even, see, this is why I don't carry red around. Shouldn't go underwater. Let me give him a little fishbowl. A lot of gatekeeping. There's a lot of gatekeeping who is good for some reason. How do you mean by that? I don't disagree. I want to make sure I understand it. I think you're saying like, people kind of like gatekeep what it means to like be good, kind of. Can't bring pets anywhere. It's annoying. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating. It's like, God damn it, dude, just come get in the water with me. It's like, you put him in your backpack, still won't go down. It's like, motherfucker, get in the bag. Guy with 0.3% of my playtime is doing things with higher APM and precision than me. Man, he sucks. Yeah, right? Like, I don't know. And that's like, you gotta kind of like remember that, or have that perspective of just like, you know, a lot of the people talking shit are, you know, maybe not a lot is even the right word, but there's an amount of people that are talking shit just because they're, you know, butthurt, basically, for a lack of a better term. Of course, not everyone's gonna like you, so there's always that, where it's like you're just gonna run into situations where you're not liked and shit, but that's fine. It doesn't always have to be like some sort of deep thing where it's like, oh, they don't like you because, you know, the whole psychological bullshit I was just saying there. It's like, you know, sometimes people just don't like you. It's just flat out, it's like, I just don't like your face. Fair, all right. Can't find OG vanilla classic logs, but you can find classic TBC ones. It's wait, you can find the TBC ones without the paywall? Because usually I just run into the paywall. But yeah, WoW classic logs. It is weird to try and find them or whatever, because it's like, you know, classic fresh versus vanilla, which I think is like vanilla. Like, this is where like the 2019 logs would be, I think. But even then, when you try and do that shit, like, it tells you the whole thing, like, oh, you need to fucking, oh, what the fuck? That's season discovery. Oh, you know what I have to do? Watch, check this shit out. You got to go to Mists of Pandaria. That's what it is. And then you go all the way back to classic here. It's so dumb. This is back, you know. It's funny because like my logs kind of tell my story of like the guilds I was in and stuff. Like, you know, in a try-hard guild or whatever, 99's all over the place. Same thing here. Well, I guess that's phase 6. So 99's all over the place. I guess we just go. Let's go to phase 2 actually. BWL phase 1 and 2. Like we're like this, you know, this is me bragging a little bit, but you know, I was a pretty good WoW player and stuff. And I know it's fucking vanilla logs and all that shit, but it's like, you know, top 200 in the 500, you know, it was a lot of people or whatever. Like, I don't know if it says how many now, but like when you used to like hover over it, it would say like out of shit. But like, you know, 99th percentile, right? Like top 1% of the gamers, right? And like consistently, you know, like that's BWL. Here's Zul'Gurub within the time that it like released. I'm going like each phase. Like this is when Zul'Gurub came out, 99s, top 100, top 40. Like I was ranked 43 in the world for that kill and rank 100 for that kill. Fucking, you know, and again, classic WoW, not that big a deal. It's not that crazy. I get it. But like, it just, like I'm saying, it's like, just kind of to make the slight point of like, I'm not just some fucking potato, right? Like, I can play games and I can play them at like a pretty high level. It just takes me, you know, time to figure it out or learn or whatever else, just like anybody else. So many iterations now. Nice parts of respect. Appreciate it, dude. For real. And you know what, dude? I stopped kind of caring about it to a degree because of the same thing that we've been talking about confirmation bias. I kind of learned this lesson from parsing and everything is that it doesn't really matter how good you do. Like if you didn't like me, Ego Sensei, you probably, instead of saying like nice parses or whatever, you probably would have like dug into the log and been like, oh, well, you only got this parse because you had this composition and this group and this crit RNG and I didn't crit it all during my fight and blah, blah, blah. You know, like I'm sure you've heard that shit a million times over. Like the same way. And that's part of what's had me like kind of realize and stop caring about like parsing and stuff in general. Because it's like, oh yeah, like the people that care, and like they're gonna just like you no matter what or whatever, basically. And the people that don't like you are gonna rationalize why you're shit, even if you're literally in the top 1%. Yeah, you can't even go into the logs unless you like it. I get it. It's like, you know, they have to like be able to run the site, you know, it's not free to like run a website or whatever, but like it just feels a little cash grabby to be like, oh, you gotta fucking, you know, pay to read this shit again. Your only classic rank 1 was your double crit RNG on the Arcane Blast there, right? You see, and that, you know, that's the thing is like there is truth to, wow, damn, that purple graceful looks nice. There is truth like to, you know, like what they're saying isn't necessarily wrong, right? Like fact by fact, but it's just kind of like a, dude, just give like, you know, just give me some kudos. Like just fucking be like, hey, yeah, you did good, man. It's like, thanks. That's all that's all I wanted to hear. Kind of like how Ego said, it's like, damn, nice, respect. It's like, thank you. Like, that's all you ever like really like want to hear out of that shit. It's like, I don't want people to like suck my dick and be like, oh, you're the best, blah, 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 #1 gamer of all time, fucking whatever. It's like, just a little bit of respect. Just a little bit of recognition. Fine with it as long as they're not ever getting deleted. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like if they're actually gonna like cause you to pay to maintain it, is they better not fucking unmaintain it. I guess that is kind of like the risk slightly. No, and you know what's funny, Ego, is that's literally how it started for me too, was like, I didn't give a shit. Like, people had to tell me about Warcraft logs and everything. Like, my friends that I started playing with in like BWL and everything, like I got into kind of like a more serious guild or whatever, and they're like, yo, Jay, like you're actually like pretty good. Like, check this out. Like, you know, this is like showing like how you're ranking against like other stuff or whatever, right? I'm like, oh, I'm just trying to do like big damage in the raid, you know, like, and it's just, that's just the natural fucking thing that happens though is like if you're doing big damage, you will, you know, parse well. Travel north of the island. Yeah, and true that too. If you like if you're speed running it, like you're not gonna get crazy boss logs. You're not gonna rank incredibly highly on bosses more often than not, because like you said, you're not like waiting for cooldowns and getting everything all perfectly set up and hitting a dig rat and fucking, you know, doing all that shit. Like you can still like parse really fucking high because you're just like gaming and you're blasting with a bunch of people that are like good at the game and also blasting. But like, you know, for like kind of like upper level of it. Overall is better than, yeah, exactly. That when it comes to speedrunning and shit, it's overall damage. It's how much like, and I've always just been a boss damage person just in general. Like, I don't know. Like, because I have friends that are like, you know, they'd be like, oh, you know, I did like the most overall or whatever. I'm like, that's cool. Like you paid attention during trash or whatever. But like, again, in a speed running thing, like totally makes sense because that's the whole point. It's like the majority of the raid, all that. But like, yeah, no, that would always be my thing. It's like, sweet, you paid attention on trash. I'm fucking nuking these bosses though. That was always just where I was concerned, just trying to like fucking, because I've always like theory crafting a lot too. So like bosses were generally like, you know, my target dummy kind of thing to be able to like test my different shit that I like wanted to do, or builds or styles or whatever else. Yeah, fruit, that makes, yeah. The speed running is kind of cool for that reason. Got to clear it quick, good parses, an excuse for not having all 99s. But like, man, I just, honestly, dude, I kind of hope for Classic Plus that they don't let us have advanced combat logging. Like, honestly, I get it. It's like, oh, well, we need to read our logs so that we can, you know, figure out how to do things better or whatever. It's like, sucks. Like, I don't know, figure it out, you know, figure it out, you know? Well, if we can't, you know, we have to know how like the boss works and see how this mechanic and blah. No. Fucking figure it out. Just remember, watch a VOD back or something. Suck it. Cause I don't know, dude. And like, I don't know. Parsing, it just leads to bad culture overall in the game, I feel like. Cause like we've been talking about for like this whole time, and like kind of about how this conversation started when people like, oh, like, you know, like this class can't, you know, do this. This class can't, you know, paladin can't tank, druid can't heal, blah blah blah, you know, blah 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 blah, right? You know, people would like actually believe that shit. I don't know. It just, I don't know. Especially, I don't like parsing because the game kind of gets tuned around that a lot of the times. Like, especially like we saw in Season of Discovery, there were a lot of things that it was like, oh, this thing's doing too much damage, blah, blah, you know, we got to nerf them or nerf this or change that or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know. I didn't enjoy that. And it felt like it was, you know, a lot of push because of like, you know, consideration for like logs and stuff. It's like, oh, well, this is unfair for logs. It's like, who cares? I don't care. Like, even Ampy's idea about Bloodlust only being casted on one person to one person or whatever, like, while I don't necessarily agree with that, because I don't think it's as much fun. Because, like, I don't know. His argument was like fun. But then it came to that and it was like, oh, well, I want it to be like one person to one person. I'm like, isn't it more fun if it's like to everybody? It's like, well, then you got to balance it or whatever. And I was like, didn't you just say fuck balance though? Like, you know, it was just like, I don't know. It seemed like a weird, but like the point being on that whole one was just that, you know, like some people push back on that idea of the whole like one person bloodlust thing in the chat at the time when he was suggesting that, because it's like, oh, Warcraft logs or whatever. It's like, fuck it, fuck them. Like, fuck Warcraft logs. I'm so tired of like the game making considerations for like what the top 1% of 1% are gonna do. Like that's the whole reason. Like if you guys know chrono boons, the thing that like saves our. So for the RuneScape players, there's basically a battery pack thing. You could charge it up with buffs that were otherwise kind of hard to get and annoying to get. So like, you know, you could save up your buffs in a little bottle. The reason that the cooldown is an hour, and I'm pretty sure it still is an hour. I don't know that they ever changed it. Maybe they did now. I think they changed the price, but I don't think they changed the time. But the reason that they have an hour cooldown on it is because they didn't want like speedrunners and parsers to be like saving their buffs in between like trash and bosses or whatever. That is literally the reason why. So we have a quality of life item that is dog shit quality of life. It's got an hour cooldown on something that just shouldn't have a cooldown. Because like when you're trying to go and get your buffs and everything, you're like running around the world and you're waiting for this and you're waiting for that. So, you know, like you don't just want to like stand there with your buffs out or whatever. The whole point is that you're trying to save them. But if you like fucking unboon them to try and reboon them and blah, 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 then you go on a CD and you can't fucking like reboon again or whatever the fuck. Like it just made it dumb for no reason. Still an hour, but they cost a gold instead of 10. And saw it was like 5 minutes. Yeah, dude, like, and it's, I don't know. They did that because buffs like legitimately didn't matter because you would just, someone would die, get battle rezzed, and then, you know, somebody would pop all the fucking buffs or whatever, right? Like,
Hunter
and dude,
rumor.
that was
Completed.
one part I really didn't like about SOD was that the game was tuned around world buffs. So then world buffs literally didn't even matter. You know what I mean? It's like, if you tune the content to where you have to like have these buffs like in order to like complete it, then having all these buffs just brings you to baseline. Like the whole point of like buffs and consumes and everything is to take you like above and beyond, especially world buffs. Like the whole point and fun of world buffs, it's not going around the world and getting them. I don't care whatever fucking boomer says that is just lying through their fucking teeth when they do. It's not going around and getting them. And another boomer lie. Oh, it only takes 20 minutes to get your buffs. No, it fucking doesn't. Like set a timer, like from when you start getting your buffs to when you have all your buffs, like an hour and a half of like real life time is gonna pass. Because you got to travel here, you got to go there. I don't even care if you're getting like teleported and all that shit. Like, I don't know. It was just, oh, dude, that shit always annoyed me. It was so disingenuous, and people would be like, "Oh, just come back and play." Like, blah blah blah. Like, world buffs aren't even that big a deal. You know, you get them in like 10 minutes. It's like, I'm just not gonna get them because like, fuck it. It's like you're lying. It's not 10 minutes. Like, you're fucking on crack, dude. You used to get a war chief on your night elf in classic. That's wild. I did have a buddy like that too. Banneril. He would get fully juiced up on the druid. You just did full elite void from 0 points. God damn, Mr. Easyscape. Hopefully we provided a little entertainment for that. Log in for FR buff. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, buffs ticking, fucking go, 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 go. You know, it's just like, I don't know. Like, it's just these turbo spurgs that, I don't know, are always just trying to like, I don't know. Dude, it's the part that I don't like about like vanilla WoW and hardcore and stuff is like, it's so culty. Where people are always trying to like talk you into something or like convince you of something or whatever else. You know, like, oh, world buffs aren't really that bad. It only takes like 20 minutes. No, it fucking doesn't. Dude, like I've gotten enough world buffs in my life. Like, it takes 20 minutes just to get the city drop because some asshole forgot to turn in the quest correctly or didn't fucking have the thing or dropped it on the wrong layer. So and it was on a cooldown layer. It's like, all like crazy. I appreciate that, Mr. Easyscape. That's really dope. Full elite void though, from 0 points. You did that fast? Did you have like all your diaries done or whatever? you quit WoW and you got too much of a life to do all that, plus farm all the bis consumes and everything. Yeah, right. Like, and that's exactly what happened to me. Ego is like, you know, especially during COVID and everything. It was like, fuck yeah, you know, I got all the time in the world to do everything and fucking get all the shit and do all the shit or whatever, right? Like, I got nothing but time. And then that's over, and then you're like, oh shit, yeah, no, fuck this. I don't have 3 hours to get prepped for a 1 hour raid. Fuck that. Hard combat achievements make it 181 games. That's also on the veteran boat. That's pretty fucking... Well, wait. I guess, well... I don't mean to be Mr. Technical, but it's like, didn't you have to, like, do a game or whatever to, like, get that diary? Like, you have to do, like, a novice game and a medium game or whatever. But, like, yeah, starting from, like, 0 points. Unless you just, like, do... Yeah, shit. I mean, that's just fucking gnarly. But that, dude, that makes it... That actually... That's... I like hearing that, though, too, because... That makes me think like, shit, that's really not that hard. Like we could get it done in a stream effectively. Like so long as we have like the diaries or whatever done. Oh, hard combat achievements versus the Western Province diaries. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. So it's the diary to be able to unlock the void, and the achievements give you more points per game. Yeah. I would agree with removing world buffs, except for the fact that I always played classes that benefited super heavily from them, and they'd be heavily nerfed without. Vanilla Warrior without world buffs is sad. It's like, I know it's cliche, but yeah, it is like a noticeable, like, feels bad sort of thing. I will say, like, playing a warrior without world buffs and everything. But, like, it's just because of the contrast. But, well, not just, but it's largely because of the contrast. But, like, I don't know. That's my thing with world buffs is, yeah, that whole rant there was mainly just that, like, I really didn't like how in SOD, it was like, yeah, world buffs were super free and available. But because of that, they also tuned the content towards having them, so it was basically like you didn't even have them. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when you have like a class buff or whatever. It's like, yeah, I mean, you have it, like Aspect of the Hawk or Battle Shout or whatever, but it's like, it's like the contrast in it being good is basically just the absence of it. And you know, that's different than, you know, something being good by contrast of one being like worse than the other, and the contrast of something just being very good over the baseline. So if you do every diary achievement for the Elite Void, you would have 28 points with the hard combat achievements. If I do every diary achievement for the Elite Void, you'd have 28 points with the hard combat achievement. Okay, so we would get 28 points worth of combat achievements were we to finish all of our diaries. Is that what you're saying? Have you thought about mindlessly farming Chinchampas to blast your range level up? How many would I need? I've kind of thought about it. I have like 1,400 red and gray Chinchampas. Oh, okay. No. Now I actually do get it, Mr. Easy Escape. You're saying I would have 28 points in order to do the diaries based on the games that I would have, like, because you do a like a, you know, an easy game, a medium game, a hard game in order to get the diary tasks. You would end up with 28 points just doing those games. And then how many points do you need for it? You were saying like it was like 180 or some shit? Oh, dude, and this Tethy, that's the other part, man. Like, great fucking comms. You don't have a Blasted Land Summoner set up so I can refresh my roids after I pre-pop a Scorpok assay? Yeah, dude. Like, that's like the other part about world buffs that it's like, you know, you're not even really counting, you know, maybe you count it under like consumables or whatever. It's like, but it's like, yeah, go over to fucking Blasted Lands. Like, unless you're getting summoned, that's like a 10-minute fucking trip. Which honestly, dude, I think for Classic Plus, like, I would love to see like achievements in the game similar to RuneScape achievements, where it's like achievement diaries or whatever, and it's not just like cosmetic or a title or whatever. It's actual like quality of life, where it's like, okay, you get this fucking teleport here. You know, you get 3 daily teleports there. You get unlimited teleports here, right? Like, I feel like that's a really good system because it doesn't make it like necessary, but it makes it really good and worthwhile. You know, I feel like at least. Love Classic Plus to replace Flight Pass with a portal room. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would want it to be as reductive as that. Like I would maybe prefer if I could have like my little achievement diary thing to kind of like do towards it, but you know, I could see it. I could see like just a portal room. I mean, that's how WoW is in the modern game and everything, of course. Is this fucker really blocking me? Yeah, unlocking a bit of convenience with achievements would be cool. Like, you know, again, it's, you know, not game breaking stuff, not like, I don't know. Because, dude, so much of World of Warcraft, like, I always call it World of Walkcraft. Like, so much of the game is just travel, right? Like, how I'm saying for, like, even these world buff things. Like, Tethy brought up, like, oh, you don't have a Blasted Land Summoner? It's like, yeah, dude, shit. What is, like, the fastest way to get to Blasted Lands if you, like, don't have a Summoner? It's fucking, like, get ported to Stormwind and then fly to Netherguard Keep and then run over to the fucking thing. Like guaranteed that's like a 10-minute trip. Like everything in WoW takes like at least 10 minutes, you know, as far as like travel shit. So like that would be a great thing to help like ease a little bit. Like I get that I don't know. It makes the world feel smaller or whatever. I don't know. RuneScape still feels big as hell with all the fucking teleports and shit. Can't do away with Flight Pass though. No, yeah, I wouldn't want to just get rid of them because there's times I like getting on Flight Pass to go take a bong rip or, you know, take a piss or whatever else, right? Like that's my me time. I need that. Don't like, and there's like there's so many things where it's like, I don't know. I don't fit like, I don't know. Like you can still have options, right? Like I remember, not I remember, but Grays was talking about it a little bit today because I guess I don't know. There was some survey or whatever that had come out that's like a little bit more accessible or whatever, right? Like, you know, it's like some website and like people were filling in it instead of just being like some, you know, community survey on Twitch or whatever, right? But he said like no to AoE looting or whatever. And like I do kind of like I do
Hunter-ween
get where he's coming
completed.
from, you know, like you don't need to maybe speed up that part of the game or whatever. as in, you know, AoE looting, you know, if you're doing that fast, you know, you just kind of, you're speeding shit up, you're gaining things quickly, more fast or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. I kind of disagree. Like, I don't think you're really like getting any more materials by having AoE looting. You're just like, you are looting more per hour. Like, I get that, and that sort of thing adds up. But like, I don't know. I don't think it would have like that crazy of an impact on the game in that sort of way. And it's a sort of thing I feel like if you don't like it, you know, just make it toggleable, which I found interesting in retail is that it's not toggleable. So I don't know if like they're not able to do it. Surely they can chat GPT it and figure out the code, but yeah, like I definitely found that interesting. Where lost my fucking train of thought. Where they wouldn't just make it toggleable. As a Hunter player, I thought your bong rip time was going to the balcony. Hell yeah. Even unlocking singular ports from reps and shit. 100%, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, like the reputations are oftentimes so like lackluster. It's like you get to Exalted. Cool. Congrats. Maybe you got access to a pattern. Maybe, you know, if you're unemployed, you did the Winter Spring Saber grind or whatever. And get to buy a super cool fucking cross saber or whatever the fuck, right? Like kick ass right on. Yeah, other than that, it's just kind of like, it's like whatever. It's like you ground your Furbolg rep, like go fuck yourself. Like that's about it. Congratulations, go fuck yourself. Uh-oh. We dropping frames? We're back. Hopefully we're still here. Deposit Dragon Axe. Yes. Okay, cool beans. And go to the Fremi dungeon. Exalted Thorium Brotherhood. All I got was the stupid sword t-shirt of the year. I love it. I don't think I ever saw that one, but I love that idea. It'll probably be like OSRS. Many people are scared of the slippery slope, but will loosen up after a little bit. I think there just needs to be like more voices of like reason and just kind of like measured takes. Cause like, you know, no offense really, like, but so much of our shit has just been like decided by like a few loud people like Cargos or whatever, right? Making like change.org petitions and, you know, acting like they're speaking for a majority of the community. And it's just, I don't know, whatever. But like, yeah, yeah, it's just too much like vanilla purist shit. It's just like, at the end of the day, it's like if you don't want it and you don't like it, don't fucking play it and just go play vanilla era. But like WoW players in general are just so upset and concerned with like what other people do. It's like, oh, well, we can't have this because then people will be doing that, right? Like people, you know, it'd be like, oh, we can't have AoE looting. People will be looting too fast, and I don't want to loot that fast. I want to click, you know, each individual loot bag or whatever, right? It's like fine, make it toggleable so that like, you can have your fucking autistic fun of clicking every individual loot bag, but like don't subject everybody else to your bullshit when like your way of doing stuff could simply just be a choice. You know, like you can make things harder on yourself, right? Like, but like when you make like the baseline like that, then it leaves no wiggle room for the other people. Release an entire new anniversary hardcore server while when the existing hardcore realms only have like 2,500 players across 2 servers, and killing them just because of a few streamers. Yeah, I mean, like, I get that, but like, there's all I don't know. Yeah, the thing is though, dude, like the fucking first hardcore server was carried by streamers to begin with too. So like once the streamers left, it just died anyway. You know what I mean? But like, yeah. I don't know. I think it all in all, yeah, like I don't know. OnlyFans I feel like maybe would have been better just on the old servers and having access to everything instead of having to wait that whole time for everything. Like cuz it definitely lost a lot of steam even with all like the drama shit and whatever else. It just kind of lost a lot of steam. Never enough demand for a new server. Yeah, I just dude, again, it's the loud population of people that like think what they want is like the number one thing. And it's oftentimes like the private server kind of players, like people who are traditionally coming over from like private servers and we're big into private servers. And like honestly, I feel like dude, just like a lot like when it comes to Fresh, like that is just such a private server fucking idea. Um like fundamentally MMOs are about keeping your progress. And when all these private server Andes, because they're used to the server restarting and shit and getting shut down because it's an illegal private server, you know, not to throw shade on saying like it's illegal or whatever, but like, you know, you're on a, you know, you're on a server that like anything could happen and it just gets blown up and then you got to restart or whatever. So that's why those people are just kind of like used to that and even enjoy it. Like they like it because it's kind of like reminiscent of that where it's like, oh, all my friends and we're all leveling and blah, 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 and all this. And it's like fresh and blah, blah, blah. And new start, new chance to do things right. And like, I get it because like fresh is fun to a degree for that reason, right? Like it's, you know, for the same reason that like classic 2019 was like fun is like, oh, sweet, a chance to do it right this time. Like I'm not going to make the same mistakes and I'm gonna get fucking Lionheart helm and I'm gonna level my blacksmithing and I'm gonna be the richest dude on the server and I'm gonna do it right this time, right? Um but still largely just how much like people talk about and want fresh. That is just a very foreign concept to an MMO. Like the whole point is like permanence and character progression and stuff like that. Like you know, in 2019, like the whole reason I came on board was because like my friend was like, "Oh, there's a vanilla server, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Oh, that's sick, like a private server." He's like, "No, it's like Blizzard or whatever." I'm like, "Oh shit, that means it's gonna be legit and for real, and my character's not just gonna get deleted, right?" Like, I think the people that don't care about their characters and stuff are like in the minority. I think like the kind of regular MMO player is the kind of person that's like a pack rat and like has shit from like 2005 still in their bank, you know, fucking unopened and blah blah blah, like that kind of shit. Like people care about like their original character, you know, restoring their original account when they came back from 20, you know, to classic or whatever and like, "Oh, wow, look, it's, you know, this was me fucking 20 years ago, you know, blah 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 shit." Like so yeah, again, it's frustrating when those kind of figureheads are seemingly the ones kind of making or pushing a lot of the decisions for the game, which is honestly a large part of the reason I left slash took a break from WoW was yeah, I'm just tired of like the kind of social politics of it. Like over here in RuneScape, like I don't really have any expectations. Like I understand that like the community is really good and like in touch with the devs and all that kind of stuff and blah blah blah, but like I don't know. Like I'm not over here thinking like, "Oh yeah, you know, like I'm gonna make it big on RuneScape and like be buddy buddy with like the mods and you know they're gonna like add shit to the game that I want and blah blah blah. And now it's my turn to like affect a game or whatever, right? Like it's like I just I don't know. I just want to like avoid all that. It seems like not that it matters that much, but in a nice contrast, like with RuneScape, it doesn't really seem like it's like creator kind of driven for the like for like what's gonna happen. Like they may propose ideas or like have things like kind of like proposed or whatever, but it's like, you know, it still ultimately just gets like voted on by the community. Fresh is cringe. I don't want roguelike WoW. Same, dude, same. Like, I don't know. The whole point is like keeping your progress and leveling your character and shit. Like I just I don't know like how to like explain that to anyone that like doesn't get it. And not that anyone doesn't get it here or whatever, but like just thinking about like the imaginary person that I'm arguing with. It's like I don't even know how to explain it to you, dude. You joined a game where game politics is probably the worst of any game out. Is it? I don't know, to this point it seemed pretty good and pretty chill and everything. Also, Ego, take it sleazy, dude. Appreciate you if you're still around. Are WoW private servers frowned on as OSRS? Not really. Because I would say like the general kind of like sentiment, even of the people that kind of like, you know, or put up with Blizzard, the kind of general sentiment is Blizzard bad, Blizzard mean man, Blizzard corpo, Blizzard bad. And so people kind of see private servers as like this kind of like Robin Hood thing of like stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. So like they're kind of looked on like favorably sometimes. Like especially, you know, like Turtle WoW and all these like ones that are like supposed to be Classic Plus or whatever the fuck. Which somebody brought up a good point the other day where it's like, why is it all of a sudden that all these private fun servers are being called Classic Plus when this is what private servers have been doing for the past 20 years is like making wacky random modes and like adding in new spells and shit and zones and whatever else. It's just like, it's just because it's in vogue now to like call shit Classic Plus and like, you know, it's just the thing, you know, it's the hot ticket or whatever, right? Classic Plus, plus. I hate the term Classic Plus. I think it's dumb as shit. I think it's stupid that we just tack on plus to everything as a WoW community just because Mythic Plus exists. Which is honest, and again, it's a debuff even, you know, to announcements and shit. Because like what's the like the number one complaint when it comes to Classic Plus at the moment? Is that there's no announcement. They haven't said they're working on Classic Plus. And it's like, if you're waiting for them to verbatim say we are working on Classic Plus, it's never going to happen. They will not use the term Classic Plus. That's some shit we made up as a community because, like I said, Mythic Plus exists in retail. So we just took the whole like plus thing and so like, we just added on to everything. In Wrath of Lich King, we called the dungeons Heroic Plus, even though it was Titan Protocol Alpha, Beta, and Gamma or whatever the fuck. You know, like the spirit of Classic Plus, like, yeah, it's a thing and like they're working on it or whatever else, but like they will never call it Classic Plus other than some sort of tongue-in-cheek thing like they did with SOD. Because when they released SOD during or like, you know, when they announced it at BlizzCon, originally SOD was supposed to be Classic Plus, but then they fucking fumbled in the second phase of it, like a few months in. So then they just said, oh, never mind, it's a test. Don't worry, guys, we're just testing. But during BlizzCon, they said, this is Classic plus so much more. Like they were 100% like, this isn't schizo shit. Like they were trying to, because he even did the whole like plus like so much more shit. Like, you know, fucking elbow up, blah, blah, blah. Like they were calling it Classic Plus and it was like supposed to be like, but then again, yeah, it flopped. So then they were like, oh, never mind. Like we still get another chance. But yeah, they're never gonna actually like call the version Classic Plus. They'll call it Classic Reforged, Classic Titan Protocol, my nuts in your mouth, like, you know. You can protocol these nuts in your mouth. It makes sense, TBH, with the classic with addition. No, I get it. It makes sense. It is classic plus more, but like they're just never gonna call it that, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, like trying to think of like, I don't know, like if you had like a sports team nickname or something, like I don't know, like I'm trying to think like, I don't know, like I'm trying to think of like one where it actually like it would be a nick, like I don't know. If you called fucking vanilla with almonds. No, like it's, I don't know. They're just gonna call it something, like I said, like Titan, blah blah blah, Reforge, blah blah. You know, it'll be something like they're not just gonna call it fucking Classic Plus. You know what I mean? Like, it's just too basic and on the nose, and like, you know, it just doesn't work. Big corporate in a boardroom drawing up ideas for branding. Yeah, and like, I mean, it should be. Like, I like it should be, because it's like Classic Plus is a dumb fucking name, in all honesty. Like, it's too just cutesy wootsy fucking dumb. Classic Plus. I'm playing Classic Plus. Like, I don't know. For me, it's just too fruity. Like, not to be mean or disrespectful or whatever, but it's just like, it's just too fruity. Yeah, it sounds like an alpha name before they figure out a fucking name. Yeah. It's just like low effort, no effort kind of thing. For marketing, Plus would be the most recognizable to not use. I think I get what you're saying, right? Where it's already so in the zeitgeist that if you didn't call it that, you're just kind of losing out a little bit. Sounds like the ad-free version of a streaming service. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't know. Like, Mythic Plus already sounds dumb enough. Like, and I don't know. They're not going to take like that same terminology. Just, yeah, like the whole big point of this that I was kind of getting at, like kind of started off with, is like they're never going to call it Classic Plus. Like, if you're waiting for what the idea of Classic Plus is, like, yeah, that'll happen, because like I don't know, people will like ask that or whatever else. They'll be like, is Classic Plus actually confirmed? And it's like, that's a hard question to answer, because it's like, yes, the idea of Classic Plus, like, they are doing it, they are working on it. They've said like a million times that they're working on like the next vanilla iteration fucking thing, blah 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 blah. They've said it like a million different ways from Sunday, which is part of the reason, like the thing that annoys me about some content creators, where they're like, no word on Classic Plus, like, are we even getting it, blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, we are. They're working on it. Like, they have to dev it for at least like 2 fucking years if you want anything even remotely good. But like, again, it's like, if you're waiting for them to actually announce the words Classic Plus, you're going to be waiting for a lifetime. Like, I'm almost willing to bet money that they will never call it Classic Plus, except for maybe to just clarify for all the people that have been wanting it or whatever, like, this is going to be our Classic Plus, but it's going to be called like I said, fucking season of fucking Stugma Nuts, season of fucking Lick My Ass, like, it'll be some shit like that. Today we're getting a visit from the San Diego Padres, and it's just a bunch of priests from San Diego. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, if you called like the San Diego Padres like the Papecitos, it's like yeah, I don't know, you might like call it that with like your buddies or whatever, oh, like you want to go to the Papecitos game or whatever, but it's like nobody else like knows what the fuck that means. Warcraft of Discovery. I it does kind of beg the question though, like what are they going to call it? I don't know. I do not know. I mean, like the whole China one that they're doing, I think is called like Titan something something or whatever. Usually they just use Titan or whatever, or like some kind of variation of that kind of shit, just because, the Titans are like the fucking creators of like the universe and shit, basically. I don't even think, well, I don't know. That's like a good question. I would have to go back on my WoW lore for that. Like, I think like technically, no, I don't think like the Titans really made anything. They just kind of like existed and kind of showed up like in the universe and just kind of noticed all this shit going on and was like, wow, some of these plants are corrupted, and wow, some of these also have other little Titan baby souls, just like us, and they'll grow up to be Titans or whatever. Which is basically the story of like Azeroth, the World of Warcraft. Spoiler alert, yeah, it's a little tiny Titan inside of the world, the soul of the world, which is where like all the power comes from, the Well of Eternity. That was basically just like a little cut in the world. And that blood, the lifeblood, being the font of power from the Well of Eternity. Yeah, no, the Titan, like, so yeah, that's why they use Titans for like everything, because they're pivotal, kind of foundational characters of the universe. I got a Titan you can discover right here, Pants Grab. They could use Classic to explore all the new lore they've come up with, try to give stuff a backstory in Classic. Yeah, like it could be a bit of like a recontextualization, like sort of thing. Or like added contextualization instead of recontextualization. But like they kind of did a little bit of that with Sod, but they honestly gave up real fucking quick. Like Tethy, you remember, or like anybody, you guys remember the fucking secret agents in Sod? Whatever the fuck happened to that? Literally, like nothing. Like I don't know. I straight up, I don't think it was like oh, they didn't find the Easter egg thing. I think it was just there was no Easter egg to find. Like, I don't know. People say like it was, the Easter egg was like that little thing in AQ or whatever, right? Where you fought against like that one guy on that big pillar or whatever the fuck. That's what the fuck does that have to do with the secret agents? Like what was the point? What was their whole thing? Like they just introduced that and just said like fuck it. Like I don't know. They just did nothing with it. It accumulated something. I don't know. I kind of just disagree. Like, which I know kind of sounds stupid or whatever, but it's like I don't feel like that was like a kind of culmination of anything. Like that little fucking boss fight thingy or whatever. Like there was like no story. There was like I don't know. Just part of the crafted weapons. Again, like I don't know. I just feel like none of it got like explained or covered. Like the Zalatath shit, the secret agents. You just remember reading about it on Wahad. I feel you. Like I'm open to me just having missed it or like whatever the fuck too. But like like for real, like I have like I don't know. I feel like they totally just kind of like fumbled it and just kind of like said fuck it. Cuz like there was all this potential of like they're all over the world. Like none of that like basically what I'm getting at is like it feels like none of that was like ever explained. Like why are they around the world? Like why are they in these specific places? And like I don't know. Like there was the quest line or whatever the fuck, but like I don't feel like it really explained anything. It was just kind of like Like, oh boy, wasn't that a crazy adventure? You know? Boy, howdy. Wacky times at Ridgemont High. That's, I don't know. And again, like, that's just was like kind of my experience of it. We've done quite a few rumors tonight, nearly a level. It does kind of go to show, you know, if I am, well, actually, I already did get it, or did I? Was I 86 or 87? I thought I was 86. So maybe we did get a level tonight and I just didn't really think about it. We've been talking about a lot about WoW tonight. It is kind of funny to me how much crossover there is between like us, you know, like WoW players and RuneScape players and all that. People will just call it Classic Plus anyway. I agree, Wadey. Like at the end of the day, the community is just gonna call it what they're gonna call it. Like we're gonna call it Classic Plus or whatever, right? Like just as shorthand. But I don't know. I really do think that like I think that like a lot of the content creators are just being like spurgy and just being like, where's the announcement for Classic Plus? Like word for word. Like they want to see the words Classic Plus. But it's like you're just not gonna get that, dude. Like you're fucking you wait till the fucking cows come home till you're blue in the face.
Hunter-woomer.
Hunter-woomer completed. I love to see that first try. So yeah, it's like kind of frustrating because like I don't know, especially like, and again, like I don't know, who cares? Like it's frustrating, but like you know, like just all the fucking I don't know. They just like rehash the same video like 16 times or whatever. And they'll even like put like clickbaity ass titles like, oh, new info or this or blah blah blah. And it's just like straight up like, dude, I don't know. It's shameless. End of the day, you know, I think you guys can wow, we just got the fucking sunlight shit again? That's crazy. End of the day, like I think you guys can tell, like, I'm definitely glad to be kind of over here and not really like dealing with like that kind of shit really. You know what I mean? At least out of sight, out of mind for a while. And like, dude, low key, high key, I don't know. I don't know when or if or how I'm going back to World of Warcraft. It would just, you know, I say that, but you know, some OnlyFans or whatever, blah blah blah, you know, we'll play WoW, but you know, just kind of like, yeah, outside of like any kind of like events or things like that, it's like I don't really have like I don't know. I don't really have like huge desire to go do TBC or whatever. And the kind of I don't know. The reason I would do like TBC, not the only reason, but like one thing I've been thinking about at least lately is with TBC the pre-patch is very fun. So what happens is you have the next expansion's like ability, like some abilities at least, and like scaling and all this stuff. So you're way more powerful during the pre-patch. Last time they did the pre-patch, they had it like a week long, so you barely got to have any fun with it. You got to do like one raid with like the kind of like new power and everything. And it's like it's just different because it's like I don't know. when you're like level 60 with like full like gear and everything, and then the scaling changes to like level 70 scaling, you're super strong because like, you know, the game is tuned for like the next expansion. It's not expecting you to get like all this badass gear level 60 with all these stats and stuff. But again, yeah, it was frustrating that like, you know, the fucking pre-patch was only like a week long or whatever. So then like, I don't know, they'll probably make it longer this time or whatever, and it'll be like more fun. And so like a part of me doesn't like want to miss out on that or whatever. But it's kind of just like a too little too late sort of thing. It's like, I don't know, I don't think you're just gonna like win me back by having like a long pre-patch for TBC to have fun. Like, especially when there's no fucking communication ever on like, when is it gonna happen? Or like even just around like, I don't know. I like it's got to be some sort of strat or something for like competition not to be able to like drop shit on the same day or something. But it's just like so dumb. Like, fucking tell us what's happening and like when, or at least around when it's gonna happen, you know? Instead of just like, oh, you know, hey, next week, guys, fucking pre-patch is gonna happen. Get ready. Like, oh, sick. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to know like maybe a month in advance. Just so like, yeah, it's frustrating. And again, like that's a large reason of why I'm taking a break / quit WoW is Blizzard is just annoying as shit to deal with. From like a consumer or creator standpoint. Blizzard lack of communication is baffling, possibly worse in the industry. Like at this point, yeah, it's like it's almost like a meme of itself. Like they're just that bad. And like, I don't know. It's like Blizzard communication is so bad that like, and it's no hate or whatever, but it's like the communication we get is from the devs from their personal Twitters or whatever the fuck. And then as soon as people start like talking to them or asking questions or like being rude or whatever, they fall on the whole, oh, this is my personal Twitter. You can't fucking blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, we're getting the news about our game from your personal ass Twitter because like you won't just like make blue posts or whatever else. Like, so it's like, I don't know. What do you expect? Like, can't stand the heat. Get out of the kitchen. It's like, I don't know. I always felt like it was a like if I'm being honest, I think the reasoning behind the WoW devs pushing out so much information via their personal Twitters and shit was because they wanted to build a following for when they change jobs and try and be like an influencer. They just want like the fucking internet popularity. Gonna check out TBC with no intentions to play long term. Seems like fun on release. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Just kind of like, you know, going in it fun for fun's sake. Like, as cliche and like silly as it may seem, it's like, yeah, no, that's just kind of the way to do it. You know, I should maybe even take that on advice, you know, where it's just like, yeah, just go and just fuck around, whatever. But like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have, I really, the other part of it is I really just don't have much desire to play WoW. Like, the only thing I miss is like my friends. Like, I like the combat, I like the game, all that kind of shit, but like,
Hunter rumor completed.
genuinely, like, I'm just like turned off from just the lack of, like, I don't want to just keep on saying communication, but yeah, just like the lack of just fucking, yeah, just everything. Lack of communication, lack of just fucking good community. I don't fucking know. This guy has friends? Shit. No, but it's like, no, dude, straight up. I like, man, there were a lot of people that I was playing Mists of Pandaria with, like looking over here at the fucking Discord. was a lot of people I was playing with, and some of them even followed me into RuneScape, and we're already playing RuneScape anyway and stuff like that. And I just, I haven't seen them in forever. I don't know. It's that's the thing, right? Is I miss the people, if anything. I don't know. Yeah. Never played WoW. What would be the most enjoyable experience if you would? You were jealous of people playing WoW and Guild Wars back in the day. Most enjoyable experience. There really is something about a 40-man raid. Like, it's weird because, like, there's 40 people, so, 2/3 of them are quiet, 1/3 of them are talking, but, depends. But, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, a 40-man raid is kind of, like, pretty unique, I think. At this point, you have too many other games you're playing, you're planning to try on your OSRS hiatus to think about any non-classic plus WoW. I don't know. As much as I love those versions and like love playing them and like love TBC, love vanilla, all that, I just don't care to do it over again right now. Especially vanilla, and like I don't know, a lot of this is just my fault on like burning myself out on WoW and like playing so much like hardcore vanilla and shit, and like not just kind of having a permanent home, like hardcore is very transient. Was anybody in the chat that's played WoW? What do you guys think would be like one of the most enjoyable experiences? It is hard to say, like I don't know. I do think like the rating and the combat in WoW is just so unique. I feel like. I mean, I feel like it kind of like paved the way for like all the rest of these games and stuff, like, Final Fantasy or whatever else, right? Like, possible to say for a person's preference. Fair, yeah. I get what you mean. Getting your first mount, that's a crazy one when you hit level 40. At least for vanilla, hitting level 40 and saving up 100 gold to get your first mount. That's like, there's all these like formative experiences, similar to everything, but like in RuneScape, you have like different quests or whatever else where it's like, yeah, that one was a pain in the ass, or like different grinds. Yeah, that one was, all that. Hardcore's friendly and helpful to new players in general because nobody wants to die. Classic era PvP is sweaty. Dream Scythe non-PvP anniversary is probably fun for a new person. Oh yeah, no, like never play on a PvP server. PvP servers are antiquated bullshit, and anybody that's trying to convince you to play on a PvP server just wants you there so that you're an easy kill. Like, they just want to farm you for honor points. That's the whole reason that PvP server propaganda exists, and why they say it's like, oh, it's the only server where you're going to be able to make a group at 3 a.m. and blah, 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 and all this shit. Like, I don't know. I think it's really dumb, honestly. Like again, all the people who like kind of started hardcore and like their reasoning for is like, oh, nobody levels in the open world. It's like, you motherfuckers are playing on a PvP server. Nobody levels in the open world because it's trash, because you just get ganked. If you play on a PvE server like I did on Atiesh, people are leveling in the open world the entire fucking time, like late into the server, all that kind of shit. Like, they just like, I don't know. It's just their fucking PvP server perspective, and they can't not play on a PvP server because of their ego. from like 2005 where, oh, if you're not on a PvP server, you're not a real gamer. You're like, it's where all the best players go. Like that's another dumb fucking lie where it's, oh, that's where all the best all the best players go. They go to the PvP server. Oh, really? Then why did my guild have like higher parses and shit than like half or more than like the PvP guilds? Like, because PvP guilds and PvP players aren't concerned about PvE. Like, what the fuck? Like, goddamn, dude. Like, it's such just antiquated bullshit from like 2005 that used to be true for like one server. And like people think it's still the truth today. It's like PvE servers are just the best. You get to actually play the fucking game. You don't have to worry about like some motherfucking basement dwelling, Cheeto sniffing ass fucking killing you because he's sitting at the one crossroads thing for 12 hours a day because he knows like somebody's going to turn in a quest like right at that spot. Like that was my thing coming into RuneScape about like, you know, that when you do the RD diary and you go and you fucking flip the switch for the lever or whatever the fuck, I was fully prepared for just there to be like an army of people like waiting to just like, blur, like one tap you or whatever. Because that's how it would be in WoW. If there was like a spot where like everybody knew that like you were going to have to go there like for a quest, it was a commonly traveled spot, commonly whatever thingy, like it would be camp 24/7 with some fucking asshole, like for real. PvP server is the most populated place. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People keep saying it, so people keep doing it. If you actually like the open world PvP, that's Tethy nail right on the fucking head, dude. That I say that shit oftentimes too, where it's like it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like they want you as easy cannon fodder. They sell you that it's the only place to go, and then you go there, and so does everybody else that fell for it. We care about making gold to waste time griefing. We care too much about gold to waste time griefing naked people most of the time. No, yeah, and it's like I don't know. WoW players like making gold and farming and all that shit too, but it's just like there's just something, man, about PvP server players and enjoyers. Just there's just something wrong with some of these people in the fucking head where they will legitimately sit in one spot for 12 hours just knowing that like, oh, this is a quest giver for the Alliance, so people are going to come back in and turn in their quests. Like, they'll just sit there like depressed as hell, hating their fucking life and trying to find any semblance of joy by ganking some people. Can't be playing a game with lever campers. I'll lose my spade in OSRS. Shit. Remember logging into the mailbox before Boone was introduced, fully world buff, got ganked by a rogue, was in the middle of Stormwind. That you dude, Frood, that surprised me a bit when I was playing on Deviant Delight, because it's one of the few times we played on a PvP server. Was just how easy it is for rogues to be in the opposite city. Like there were these two annoying motherfuckers that were just constantly in Stormwind or whatever. And just, I don't know, like nobody would like ever fucking like fight back or try and do anything, which is like the annoying part where it's like, you know, it's the perfect situation of like, hey guys, let's like band together and actually like, you know, this is like the whole selling point of like a PvP server. You're getting like these kinds of interactions and then like nobody does anything. And you're just like, fuck you guys. Like, yeah. I don't know. That show is annoying. Tiny Violin, dude, that guy, no, yeah, that's, you know, what's funny is I kind of was describing his ass, like Tiny Violin, you know, famous for griefing the Four Horsemen thing for hardcore, if any of you guys are familiar with that kind of shit. But like before all that, he was just some nasally fucking basement dwelling spurg who would have like 16 accounts all like spread out across the world at like, you know, those kind of hot points, whether for people's buffs or quests or whatever the fuck else. And he would just log in and like just on a priest dispel your buffs so that you wouldn't have your buffs or whatever, and just kind of like, you know, ruin your time. It didn't even have to kill you or try to kill you, just dispel the buffs, you know, just waste fucking 2 hours of your life. The buff purger, yeah. And you know what's so funny, dude, is like he'll say, you know, till the day he dies that he was the reason that boons were introduced. No. Like, it's like, oh, you know, you guys can thank me for boons and all that. No, we can't, because you're not the fucking reason they were put in. Because the line of logic is, I was purging buffs so much that Blizzard gave a way to save buffs. You could just make buffs non-dispellable. You could just make the world buffs non-dispellable. Easy. Like, it's not because of him. Like, he's such a dude. Like, that guy's actually fucking mental and insane. Like, he's either playing the best character of all time, or he's like legitimately just unwell. Like, couldn't do that. That would be OP. I don't think so, though. I don't know. Like, I could maybe understand, like, yeah, like world PvP or whatever, then you can't like dispel someone's buffs, you know, during the fight or whatever. But like, I don't know. I still just fundamentally, wholeheartedly disagree with the take that it's like, you know, it was supposed to save buffs from PvP. Like, the whole reason that Chronobones got introduced was for the fucking PvE sweats, so that they could save their buffs for raid, during raid, before raid, still play their character and shit. Yeah, they made them non-dispellable. You don't lose them on Gar anymore. Can't purge them off of MC friendly. It's non-PvP worlds. Okay, yeah. Battlegrounds too. True. Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's just all in all, regardless. I just think it's fucking dumb that there's just this idea that like you have to be on the PvP server to like play the game, and it just, I don't know, it's bad for the game. Honestly, dude, I hope, man, in my perfect world, if I had like the power, I would do no PvP servers for Classic Plus. You want to fucking you want a PvP so bad? Fucking flag up. Hit the fucking PvP shit. Right click your character portrait. Flag for PvP. Fucking open yourself up. Don't be a little bitch. You say you want it. Fucking do it. But no, you don't. You don't want a fair. You want some shit you can sneak up on and fucking fuck around with. With you on that. The fact that PvP servers become so one-sided every time shows that people don't really want it. Spuddins, exactly. Dude, I talk about this shit all the time. It's stated beliefs versus acted beliefs. People will say a bunch of shit to try and sound cool on the internet and like be some badass or something for whatever reason. But then when push comes to shove, they don't actually interact with it. You know, case in point, PvP servers, or the fucking the Titan protocol bullshit. Like when they first started making those heroic plus dungeons or whatever, they were way too hard and nobody fucking liked them. So yeah, I just, like, in your example is a perfect one. It's like, you know, if people actually want to play on PvP servers and do all that shit, then why is it always one faction? Like, you know, it's always just one faction dominated. Like, I don't know. It's silly to me. Grabios was even faction from Kadak through Clada. I'd say that's you know, the exception that proves the rule. Because it's what's it called? RP server. Like I feel like those people just kind of like take the game more serious and actually kind of mean what they say, versus like to me that's not even a PvP server. It's, you know, it's an RP server that has PvP. You know what I mean? Not to be like too semantics or whatever about it. You're a Grob player yourself, great time. I heard a lot of great things. Grob mob. Shout out to the Grob mob. Yeah, like, you know, Grobulus aside though, like that's the one server, right, that like kind of had any sort of balance. The rest of them, it was 99-1, 99-1, right? Like, so much so that, I mean, like, dude, like, the mop servers or whatever, like, wasn't that, like, half the reason that they did all that merger bullshit? Which is kind of another thing, another problem is Blizzard, stop making 15 fucking servers, dude. Like, they finally kind of got it with the anniversary servers. They did one PvP, one PvE, and hardcore, and that's it. Like, did they do an RP as well? No, they just did PvP. That's it. That's all you need. Like, you know, sorry to the Grob mob or whatever. Like, you know, maybe we throw a fucking RP server in there or whatever, right? But like, fucking, you know, that's it. Like, quit making like 40 servers for everybody just get like divided on and fucking spread out on and shit. How many open world PvP experience was actually positive? Like 5%? Right, dude, that's the other part, man. For any like cool story I have about like a world PvP encounter, like, you know, like, oh, we you know, we banded together and we camped this dude or whatever because he was being an asshole and trying to camp me and, you know, fucking with me for no reason, blah blah blah. You know, for every like one of those stories, I have like 50 stories of, yeah, this guy was fucking stream sniping me and like literally just like in chat, like taunting me and everything, and like streaming himself even and all this shit, just being a complete fucking asshole. Just showing up like out of fucking nowhere, like when I'm doing shit or whatever. Like, I just, yeah. Dude, that dude, like, that dude had the biggest boner for me. I don't know what the fuck it was. You got the first ZG Tiger on Grob? No way. That's, dude. I have a kind of a similar cool one there. On the release for what's it called? Karazhan. I got the Midnight mount. It's fiery warhorse. I got that shit. I was server first, like like fucking night of release and everything. We immediately went outside, fucking, you know, like the whole raid group. We're like, what the fuck? Immediately go outside so I can go fucking mount it and everything and show it off to everybody. Fucking dude, that neigh on that horse is so good. You were in Goof Troop? Fucking A, dude. Were you one of the Goof Troop mages? I could see you being a fucking Goof Troop mage. The Drudy, nice. It was super hype, but it caused weird guild drama. I don't know why. Moo Crew? Hell yeah. No, I know Druid. I just read it as Druidy, like you wrote it. Yeah, I mean, it sucks because like people are just gonna get jealous because they want the thing too, right? So like, it sucks. Like it, you know. Ideally, people are just happy for you, but you know, real world shit. Of course, they're not. Sweet, we got those done too. Let's do our birdhouse run. Excuse me. And do herbivore and do our, what's it called? Seaweed. Okay, that's all the things. Bingo, bongo in the Congo. Hey, dude, good luck on the Tormented Demons, Fruit. Hope you get some synapse. I like how like Jokered and Guzu pronounce that word. Cause like Jokered calls it like the synapse. I got the fucking synapse. And then like fucking Guzu is like the synapse. Like I almost I can't even like do it because it's like that kind of like Danish like inflection, like synapse. 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 It's almost like there's like an H kind of like in the middle and at the end. And like the E is like got like one of those lines through it or whatever the fuck. Yeah, dude, Spud. That's just like spurgy fucking weirdo shit. Like, oh, I deserved it more. He didn't take my 5K, you know, you know, I don't like you're obligated to sell it to him for 5K. Like the fuck? Huh? Like in what fucking universe? You got a dragon fruit tree seed, which is way rarer. Yeah, I've planted a few of those. So yeah, I don't think we've really gotten many of those at all. Dude, I'm so tired of getting like apple, banana, and curry. Fuck, like, dude, fuck those two seeds. Literally have too many of them. Don't care. Ooh. Maester just got what's it called? Desert Treasure 1 done. Desert Treasure 1 done. Desert Treasure 1 done. Ah, everybody's really blasting some shit right now. Been a good night. Ruby, Sapphire, Curry. And deposit. Bingo bongo. Go back over here. We'll do our seaweed. We have like entirely too much seaweed, but it's just kind of one of those things. Like you might as well kind of keep on getting more and more. It was good, Majestic. Good to see you. You went from almost 2x dry to slightly spoon. Oh, in your 99 farming, so you don't even need like the dragon fruit seeds or whatever. I think that makes like the fletching food, right? The dragon fruit makes like the fletching boost. Dude, the stuff underwater, it's very like thematic to being underwater because it takes so long. Like planting a seed, I swear it takes like it takes like double the ticks. And like just everything. Every little action takes like double as long. Which again, it's like it's thematic to water. It's like you ever try punching underwater, it's like, ugh. Do I have too much? I mean, not actually. Like, you know, too much is never enough. But we have a decent amount. We got 3,450 at the moment. Like, you know, we'll have probably 3,500 after this little trip. Or I guess not, but yeah, that's all at a glass. I swear though, dude, like, because I've really been thinking about it and just like that per step, I swear, like, just Shiloh Village gem mining is probably like just as good. Because, like, I don't know. With this, it's like you got to get the seaweed, then you got to get the sand, and then you got to fucking super glass make it, and then you got to then you got to blow it. Whereas, like, the gem, you get the gem, you cut the gem, you get like just as much experience. And then you can turn it into jewelry, which, you know, another like 2 steps because gold bar, but gold bar from blast furnace, like easy. I don't like, I swear it's like I get that it's like the math has been mathed or whatever and all that, like, and it, you know, the score has been settled, but there's just something in my head where it's like, I don't know. I feel like if you just full sent like getting a bunch of fucking gems from the mine, like, you would be fine. Gem mining, you train mining like crazy too? Yeah, like, you know, that, like, of course, right? Like, you're getting a shit ton of mining EXP that way. Doing battle stabs daily is neat. Yeah, I ran out of orbs actually. So like I need like more water orbs and shit from moons and all that. But like yeah, that's part of why we did our fucking our diary so that we could get like 60 a day. I mean, that was like a large reason why we did it. Mine shooting stars for months and buy a shit ton of gem bags. You can do that too. True. It's just like, I don't know. Like my point that I'm getting at, like you guys kind of heard me lay out, is like with the sand shit, it just there's so many steps of like gathering, you know, like, you know, for the same time, just for mining sand, you could like every, you know, swing of the pickaxe could have just been a gem instead. Cause like gem mining is honestly like it's super fucking fast. Like it's legit, like, I don't know, it feels like I'm mining copper. It's like dink, 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 you know, like it's hit move, hit move, hit move, hit move, like, and the deposit box is like right fucking there. Like, I mean, you get 50 EXP for just cutting a sapphire, which is the lowest level gem, which is like the same XP that I get for blowing a fucking lantern lens, right? But to blow that lantern lens, I first have to collect seaweed, collect sand, cast the fucking spell to, you know, make the molten glass and shit. And then I fucking you know, blow the glass and get like, and I know that you get some, you know, you get crafting experience doing the super glass make and shit, but like like still, you smell what I'm stepping on? Like it just seems like so many extra steps for like how much actual like return. Get over here, buddy. Come on. There you are, Freaky Forester. Allegedly, you can just kill whatever pheasant. I didn't know that for like the longest time. But it looks, I mean, either I got lucky or yeah, you can just kill any pheasant. Because he'll say like, you know, oh, the three-tailed one or the four-tailed or blah 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 and all that. You just kill him. It doesn't like, yeah. You just fucking kill whatever. Motherfucker can't tell the difference. Even doing tons of star mining though, because I hate mining sand. I don't mind mining sand that much. Like other than like, I don't know, if I don't want to be that interactive, because like it's very click intensive, I feel like, at least. Like, you know, similar to the gems, like I was saying, it's very just like one tick, one tick, one tick, you know, just like get material, get material, get material. But I just, yeah, I swear, like for the time invested, you could just get like a shit ton of gems, either gem mining directly or shooting star or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Again, like, I'm, you know, sure the math and everything has already been settled time and time again. Three Forsters, the woman in the stand, and my cousin Viddy. No many how many tails the birds have. That's a pretty mythical pull. I don't know how many people are gonna get that one. And you were wearing your prescription glasses? Why, yes. And, you know, if it pleases the court, how many fingers am I holding up? Might be time for a new pair of glasses. I think. Settled mentioned. Dorkshun crafting minigame would be better XP than the Shiloh gem mine. Probably. That also like requires pretty high crafting from memory, right? Like you have to make those light orbs or whatever, so you already got to like be kind of deep into it. So maybe at that point, yeah, but like still even, I don't know, just up to that point. And even then, dude, like I don't know, just I guess I don't know, I guess the like my whole point is basically that just it takes a lot of steps in order to make the glass and finally start getting EXP from it, as opposed to just like mine gem, cut gem. Want more XP, turn gem into jewelry. Like I feel like if anything, it's probably like even if it isn't as good, right? I imagine it's one of those things that's like 1% difference. Like if that. Expert mining gloves let you get 2 swings of the sand rock, makes it half as click intensive. Getting the gloves is click intensive. Yeah. That's the one where you power mine the iron in the mining guild to get the unidentified minerals to then buy the first pair of gloves, then buy the second pair of gloves, and then have like 40 more unidentified minerals, and then have homeboy turn both those pairs of gloves into the expert pair of gloves. I definitely want those. And like I was kind of like working at it a little bit here and there, but because over the lifetime of the account, it's definitely like a worthwhile thing to have. But just for whatever reason, I probably could have like even knocked it out tonight. It's like it's supposed to be like 8 to 10 hours or something of like power mining iron to get it. Yeah, I will say the doing it in chunks and everything, like you're saying there, fruit, and just kind of having because like glass blowing is like it's a pretty nice just kind of like bank standing activity, like 45 seconds of craft time completed. Right? So you set it up. It's very, very side monitor friendly. Played the game, got all your crafting XP from PVM drops, based. Can alch the jewelry for good gold, or even I don't know, like there's a ton of useful jewelry, all the teleports and shit like that, and extending bracelets and shit for all my shit. Dedicated Shiloh Village gem rock enjoyer, I got your back. Yeah, Tathy, I appreciate that shit. It's just like, yeah, I think it's, and I don't know, it's not like anyone's really like arguing against me. Like I'm kind of arguing against like kind of just an invisible thing, but like I'm just, I guess like I'm arguing against like ideas or whatever, but like, yeah, just the idea of like, like glass blowing is kind of like the only way to go about it. It's like, I don't think so. Especially like, again, like for the value that you get from doing jewelry versus just making fucking 19,000 lantern lenses. It's like, oh, sweet. Now I actually, got some extra teleports and shit around here or there or whatever. I know at a certain point you just get like the, the unlimited teleport, whatever the fuck stuff. But like, just, it's not like it's value less, It's, I don't know. I arguably, and I don't even think it's that like hard of an argument, but more value than a fucking, how many? 19,004 lantern lenses. I think probably. Probably more value than a bunch of fucking lantern lenses. Is Sailing gonna bring in new crafting leveling methods? Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. So that'll be really nice too. Which is even part of why, like, I don't know. Like I got all this shit banked and I have it to do it and blah blah blah, but like, you know, I don't know. Like I don't have like an Onyx or a Zenite or whatever else anyway, so it's not like I don't know. If I had that stuff or was like kind of closer to getting it, or like I know like the Onyx, a lot of the ways that people get it is just like shopscaping the fucking Tokal or whatever and doing that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Like if I had it kind of like more in front of me, I would be like more compelled with my crafting, but kind of like Frood said, just kind of chipping away at it is hey, another herbivore is a nice way to kind of get her done. Just do what you want. You have the unfortunate of having chat. And yeah, that it's and we've been talking about that a lot tonight. I mean, like we were at least talking about it in the beginning, but yeah, just the expectations of chat, or kind of like setting something up and being like, we're gonna do this, and then maybe having to pivot where it's like, oh shit, like I actually can't do this or don't have enough this or that or whatever. It's like, sorry guys, actually we're gonna be doing like this instead or whatever. And it's like, even though like 99% of the people like don't really care, it's like, yeah, whatever, okay. They're like, sure, word, like on to the next thing. I don't know, you feel it like as a content creator and all that shit where you're just like, fuck, dude, like I need to, be doing the right things and this and that and whatever. Dude, look at all that Raynar. 124 Raynar, 240 prayer pots. Like, dude, like I don't know. I think the prayer pot thing is kind of like an early game sort of like annoyance or whatever, but it's like, dude, we got fucking prayer pots. And it's because I save most of them by just mothing it up. Like we have 94 moonlight moths here, and to turn into more mixes. And yeah, and we'll probably get some more too, even like, just to have like, I had like 500 the other day. It's nice to have like a big fat stack of those, like, because you just like, like, it just, especially like when I'm doing Slayer and everything, like, stuff's real good. Like, I couldn't imagine doing Slayer and actually having to use like all those prayer pots. Like, I'm curious to see. I'd be curious to know how many fucking prayer pots I've saved via prayer moths. Like, if we count, a if we count like a prayer mix, this thingy, the prayer moth mix, because it's 2 doses, if we count it as like half a pot, like, I don't 500, at least 500. I mean, shit, maybe nearly 1,000 prayer pots. Like, because I've used a lot of these motherfuckers, Titans, Slayer, quests, all over the place. Yeah, right, Hume? Almost de-ironed because of having to farm resources and bossing and shit. Yeah, like that's been a big like kind of topic of conversation and shit. And I was like kind of saying to him and everything too, but like it's kind of like refreshing to hear that to a degree, because it's like, we're all struggling, it's not like, anyone's immune to it or whatever, just because they're, maybe a little bit more progressed in the game, or like, whatever other kind of thing you want to tack onto it. Like, we're all just human at the end of the day, which is another thing too of like how Spud was saying, like, the unfortunate part about chat is like is just that, yeah, is like, kind of dealing with people's expectations and shit. Like, and having to keep up with like this, that, and the other thing. Like, yeah, it's weird. Learn you can't rush on an iron. That's why people learn Inferno and stuff like that near last. Yeah, like I feel you. Yeah, I mean it's there's a lot of lessons in the game, right? Whether it's some sort of thing, you know, that's kind of as simple as like don't rush, or even just kind of like where things kind of fall on the tier list of like difficulty, or like, you know what I mean? Kind of like you're saying, like it's like, yeah, one does not simply rush Zuckhelm or whatever, you know, all that kind of shit. Like sometimes sometimes you do just kind of need to like learn it the hard way, you know, for lack of a better way to say it. Like you just gotta go in there and fucking do it and learn it and try it and um see what works, and then maybe realize like, oh shit, I have to you know, do like way more grinding before I'm able to like grind practice on this. We're gonna go to the dig site. We got that. Oh, and got a reality check. Can't just skip everything. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, it's just like a lesson in, you know, just the speed of things. I mean, shit, dude, I felt like it was gonna kind of happen at some point or another, just of like, you know, like, kind of like you guys are saying, it's like you can't like constantly be pushing to like the next thing or whatever, especially if you're not like farming all the resources needed to fund that. And if you're farming all the resources to like fund it and stuff, you're probably not just like constantly pushing like next thing, next thing, next thing, right? Because it's like do one thing, farm it, you know, while farming your resources a little in between, and you know, all that. Like, I don't know. All in all though, dude, it's hard. I empathize with them. It's hard to deal with the expectations of people. It's hard when you set out to do one thing and then maybe have to pivot and do another. Yeah, dude, just the game's overwhelming, and the chatters can be overwhelming too. And again, like, I don't know, like watching him like today and the other day and stuff, it was really nice for me just because I've been feeling so much of this same shit. And so it's good to know it's just like, okay, I'm not alone in feeling this. I'm not like weird for feeling like this. I'm not lesser for feeling like this. It's just, it's like a thing. It's just common. It just happens. And of course, you know, like I keep on talking about the whole oneness thing, how life imitates art. That whole idea. It's, you know, the game imitates how life is, and life imitates how the game is, and you know, just gotta take the lessons as you can. Did Sardako call out his chat? I haven't watched him for a bit. I mean, I wouldn't say like call out his chat. He was just kind of like explaining similarly to me, like how I've been saying. It's just it's stressful. Yeah, just all the things I just said. It's stressful. There's a lot to do. You feel compelled, especially as like as a streamer, content creator, whatever, to kind of be on the up and up and not have like lulls of content or whatever, right? Like you want things to kind of be exciting, like stream to stream and stuff. You know, like me doing Hunter rumors for 5 hours arguably isn't like the most entertaining thing, but you know, that's the job description, is create the content, you know, be the interesting thing. New plan is to enable his preferred playstyle anyway. I think the initial TOA raid weekly. I really think the initial TOA weekly raid happening so early affected you all negatively, but you're all getting back on track. I kind of agree. like I kind of smell what you're stepping on that one with the weekly TOA thing. And like even kind of like going into Cox, it's like now there's almost kind of like a expectation that we're gonna do Cox or whatever. And like even today, right? Like, you know, fucking the expectation today was, you know, where's the Friday TOA raid? You know, when raid? What happened? There were so many comments today, you know, in like everyone's chat, you know, because I lurk and I watch and all that shit, and um, you know, like what happened to the raid? Why isn't the raid happening? Blah blah blah. And it's like, you know, as simple as it is, it's like it's not a big deal. It's not that deep or whatever. But like, there's just like something about it. Whereas like as a streamer, like it kind of like does something to you where it's like, oh fuck, dude, people are like expecting this and I'm not giving them that, you know, like, you know, they've been spoiled by 10-year Ironman that can rush the game while using minimal resources. Yeah, I think in general that's kind of like a very um I think that's like a very true thing of, you know, because I've talked about this a lot where, you know, people will just kind of expect us to be like pros right out the gate and kind of like know like how everything works and like the nuances of like clicking here versus there and tick manipulate that and one tick this and skull skip that or whatever. It's like, yo, dude, we like fucking 2 months. Like you know, I'm fucking 70 days, you know, 2 months in. I think Sardako said he was like 180 days or some shit in. Like, you know, we've all made like great, like, you know, think about like how good he's been in like 100, you know, those 170, 180 days. Like, not even, you know, not like it's just a fact. Like, the dude is good. Like, it's not me like making anything up or gassing him up or glazing him or any of that shit. It's just dude is like objectively good and has learned the game very quickly and gotten good at it. So even like I don't know, so maybe even then that there's like a little bit of like expectation from that where it's like, you know, like Sard did it, you know, like why can't you, right? Like why can't you just come over to the game and be good or whatever? Um but I think I've been pretty all right. Um and again, like, you know, I've kind of been doing stuff like relatively like earlier to a degree, right? Because it's like we did TOA like, you know, for the first time at the same time or whatever, but he was like, you know, however many days in versus my, you know, lesser amount of days in, right? So it's like, I don't know. Like all in all, like giving myself credit, right? It's like you know, I've come a long way very quickly and still have plenty of ways to go and stuff. But like we've talked about earlier and stuff with like my like World of Warcraft prowess, it's like I kind of am that guy, dude. Like I'm kind of that guy that like figures shit out, like cutting edge shit or just like little nuanced game mechanics of, you know, how, you know, shit moves and works and all that. It's funny because some of those people probably didn't start tick manipulation stuff until 10 years of playing OSRS, right? And dude, I don't know. It's, you know what's crazy too is people like act like tick manipulation's like the craziest thing ever. And it's like, it is like difficult, I guess, for like some different things. But for like other shit, dude, like mining or not mining, cutting these teak trees over here, it's like it's legit as simple as hit tree, hit next tile, hit tree, hit next tile, hit tree, hit back, hit like you're just moving one tile and hitting the tree. And like that's like a tick manipulation thing to like get double logs or whatever the fuck. Like, you know. Yeah. Tons of players that played for years never got a fire cape, right? Like there's all different levels of shit and I don't know. The point we were kind of making there was like the comparisons between like maybe like the 10-year players, the GMs, the no monkeys, all that kind of stuff versus like us. And it's like, yo, like, you know, for as good as we are or have been or maybe or whatever, it's like you still got to allow people to be novices, you know? You gotta allow for someone to learn. You gotta let someone be bad. And you gotta, you gotta do that for yourself too. Like you gotta allow yourself to be bad to be able to learn and stuff like that. Like, which again has kind of been a hard thing for me because I feel like, so much pressure and so much expectation from everybody that instead of just kind of like learning and doing better, I kind of just get tilted and turned off, which is like a bad personality trait. But like, it's like instead of like dealing with all the expectation and all the shit, I just don't want to like do it at all. Nah, that's normal, right? Like,
Hunter rumor.
yeah, I'm not like crazy. It's just still standing. Yeah, right. That's the thing is like, I'm still fucking here. Like, I don't know. I've always had like, I've always had like very good, I don't know, stick to it. Like I stick to shit, Like I was playing fucking WoW for 6 years or whatever, largely out of like loyalty to people I was playing with, loyalty to like the game and stuff that I love and all that. Like as dumb as and silly as it sounds, like, I don't just like quit. Wow, another fucking herbivore task. I don't just like quit shit. Like, I don't know. I may pivot, I may redirect, I may change things up or whatever. But like, I don't just like quit, at least not easily. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to sound like some fucking badass or whatever, but it's like some of you guys know a little bit about my life story and stuff and some of the shit I've had to go through and like, I don't know. It's like, what's that, there's some fucking dumb, I don't know. I was thinking of some like dumb movie line where it's like, he's seen the fucking, I can't remember, but it's like the basic shit of it is like he's seen shit that would, take the light out of like, better people. It's, I don't know. Some dumb fucking, it's probably some World of Warcraft line or whatever, but it's like, yeah, the idea is like, I've seen enough shit that would probably get a lot of other people to just kind of quit and tap out when it comes to life, but I'm still doing that. And so it's like, I don't know, RuneScape being stressful or whatever, is kind of peanuts. Like, even as stressful as it is, like, cause I've gotten stressed about it. I've crashed out about it. You all have seen it and shit. But it's like, yeah, it's at the same time, it's like, okay, no big deal. Blade Runner, maybe.
Hunter rumor completed.
Maybe something like that. I can't even like remember. Like I have it like in my head, but I don't. It's like I can't remember how to like structure it or phrase it. David Hand quote, Lakers head coach. Shit. I didn't hear that one, but that's kind of that's a similar idea. It's like, dude, I've dealt with a lot in my fucking life, like not to like that kind of crazy degree or whatever, the fucking David Ham shit, but like, dude, like I don't know. Like my brother had, I've told all you, like most of you guys this kind of shit and stuff before, but it's like my brother had brain cancer when I was 10 years old. He survived through that or whatever, but then that's what led to the whole heart failure thing and why he needed a heart transplant. That happened like 6 months ago when he got the heart transplant. And then like, during what was it? Which one happened first, actually? Either way, it's fucking, that goes to show how just fucked up. But like, also at that time, one of my brothers got hit by a drunk driver and got all fucked up, broke his femur, all this shit. So it's like, I don't know. Like the amount of shit that I've had to like put up with and deal with, like, nearly losing my brothers like multiple occasions, multiple, just like bullshit, fucking dumbass shit that isn't even their fault. Just kind of some just, you know, just some bullshit. Yeah, I've dealt with way harder shit than having to deal with some aboba shit in chat. Was that a one tick Irby rumor? Honestly, I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention at all. I think it might have been. Baby crash outs. We haven't had a yell at chat and stream crash out yet. That's true. I don't think yeah, I definitely don't think I've gone like that far into just like nuclear. That's like nuclear mode. Feels bad when you fail a lot. Almost crashed out learning CG and F keys, and you were able to do 180 kills in 3 days with very minimal deaths. One day you had 0. That's, you know, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you know, when I was talking about Dire Mall North earlier, you know, that shit took me like a month to learn, like a solid month of like just trial and error and shit. And, then once I got it though, I was just living in that place. Once I got it, I was like, dude, because it was also like, it was a gold generating thing, you know, like it was a good money maker. So yeah, yeah, I got the tuft. Okay, yeah. Let's see the value. 4.5 million from 158 sacks. Value, that is. It's pretty good. Probably gonna go out for a little bong rip here real quick, guys. I still fail content you're good at. Once you tilt and lose the rhythm, it's time for a break. No idea how these endgame hardcore machine players can stay consistently. Yeah. It's you know, like some man, like last night or whatever, I was kind of like, I forget what I was even like mad at or crashing out at, like in the game. You know, I think I was like trying to do, I don't know what I was trying to do. But I was like, you know what, guys? I'm going to give it like one more try. I'm kind of getting tilted right now. I'm just going to give it like one more try. And then if I don't get it, then I'm just going to, you know, end stream and just go chill or whatever. And somebody was like, huh, rage quitting. And I'm like, yeah, I think like that's the most like adult thing to do is if like you're getting so upset at a game that it's like making you angry and shit. Yeah, you should probably just like walk away for a little bit. Oh, it was while Gothic sleeps. That's what it was. Yeah. That's what it was. I think it was the fucking tormented demon thingy. Or whatever the fuck. The balanced elemental. Yeah, dude's like butthurt and raging about me like rage quitting or whatever. It's like I guess you could call it a rage quit, but it's like the most calm rage quit because I was like I said, I was like, all right guys, right now, like I'm not even like downplaying it. I was straight up like this. I was just like, guys, I'm getting tilted. I'm having a hard time with this. I'm tired. I feel like if I don't get it in like this next run, I'm just gonna quit and do something else. Like for the night, you know. You know, probably end stream or whatever. And the guy, you know, fucking rage quitter. I was like, Yeah, like what? That's like, it's like the most like mentally healthy thing I could say. While Guthix tilts. You mean to tell me you walked away from a frustrating situation to clear your head and formulate a plan like a mature human being? That's exactly what I did. Man. It really though, it gets wild. It gets a little wild. Just people just I don't know. And like that's you know, one of the harder parts, man, about this shit. And you know, like I said, why I'm kind of glad to like hear that, you know, I'm not the only one feeling this way. You know, Sard, you know, like I'm sure Triumphant, like everybody, just there's pressure, right, to like to be relevant or whatever, to do this, to do that, um, to be at like the same level. It's like, oh well, you know, Jokered and Sard and blah blah, like they're farming like tormented demons. Why aren't you farming tormented demons? Like that's like the cool thing to do right now. It's like, I don't know, I'm doing something else. I did get them unlocked, but like, you know, I'm just doing something else right now, blah blah blah. You know. But it's like, I don't know, it's like almost hard to fathom. I feel like chat thinks we're like kind of more in a competition than we really are. Because I don't know, because we aren't like in a competition, you know what I mean? Like all of us are just happy for each other anytime like anything cool happens. Like, you know, Moose Fortune and I have already talked about this like a million times or whatever, and like, you know, whether we're in chat or whatever, but like, yeah, it's just like, you know, I can be jealous, right? I can be jealous and happy at the same time, where it's like, oh dude, you got your zombie axe in like 9kc, fuck you, I hate you, grats. Like, you know, I don't know, I think people like don't have enough like video game friends or just like friends in general to like experience or realize that, where it's like it, you know, jealousy and like jealousy isn't like a mutually, like it's not like jealousy and like hate aren't always, it's not like always together, you know? Like I don't know, you know, like they aren't fun to farm off task. Oh yeah, 100%. I wouldn't be farming them off task, I don't think. Especially like, yeah, I don't think I would. People would boba the shit out of Swampletics if it was streamed for not playing the game correctly. It's so frustrating that they just don't let new players do what they want to do. Yeah, I like, and it the thing is though too, like I don't want to like make it all bad or whatever, because it comes from a good place. A lot of times people are just trying to help and are maybe just socially fucking retarded, you know, and don't really know how to like, you know, kind of frame things or sell things or whatever else. Um, you know, sincerely, you motherfucker, congrats is how we all feel. Yeah, right? It's yeah, dude, like I don't know. I think if people don't get that, they just don't have friends. And I'm not even trying to be like, I'm not trying to be an asshole where it's like, huh, you don't have any friends. I'm like, I'm just like, I'm like making a like autistically sound like fucking analyzation of it, where it's like, yeah, I don't know, if you don't get it, you probably just don't have friends, because like that's just like the experience of having friends. Oh, dude, yeah, some of the Aboba, dude, like if is that Moo right now? No, but it looks like him. Um yeah, if it's like super old info or whatever, that's just like not even right or whatever. Like yeah, I don't, or just I don't know. Anytime the like it's anytime the Aboba's wrong or like even slightly wrong or whatever, it's like I don't know. It kind of makes me happy though, because it's like you know, I've learned enough about the game where it's like, haha, motherfucker, I'm gonna tell you. Like, you think you're gonna tell me? I'm gonna fucking tell you, biatch. Like, I know this shit. I read the manual, okay? Which honestly, like, that's like, I don't know. Like, there's been some shit that like has happened. Um, in the game as far as like, you know, doing like some ones in the chat if you know that you can take things out of a leprechaun in banknote. One's in the chat if you like if sorry, because it's like that's a confusing fucking way to say it, but one's in the chat if you know about removing things as a banknote from the leprechaun. Two's if you didn't. Looks like most people know it, but and you don't have to admit if you didn't or whatever. But I mean, like shit, dude. We had a dude in here one time that was legit. Like I was doing my farm run or whatever, and then I like clicked use on the thing, and then I clicked use on the leprechaun to banknote it or whatever. He was like, "Wait, you could do that?" And I'm like, "Yeah. How the fuck are you doing your farm runs?" He's like, "Painfully." I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah." And then like, you know, so that's one thing. The other part, the first part that I brought up was basically like when you're in the interface with the leprechaun, like pulling out your fucking rake and all that kind of stuff. If you right click it, there's a thing that says banknote. So then you can like take out all your empty buckets as a banknote or all like your compost or whatever. And which is good because you can take out like all your super compost or all your ultra or whatever from the dude as a banknote and use that banknote on your bottomless bucket and put all your shit, literally all your shit, in the bottomless bucket. Learn random shit like that on Reddit every week. See, like it's like those it's just like those helpful beginner tips. I swear. Like I said, it's like I read the manual. Like I swear to God, like reading like the game manual for shit, like reading the instructions, you know, against every fiber of your male being, you know, reading the instructions is actually kind of good. I used to work construction or whatever, and you know, I would like do something right or whatever. And it's like, how do you know how to do that? Blah blah. It's like I read the manual. I read the instructions. Scoff. It's like, what are you scoffing at? I fucking like, I like, huh? I did it better than you because I read the fuck. Wait, can you not read? Like, I don't know. Hey. Right, it's pretty cool. And I feel similarly about like, you know, that's I think just a lot of these old games like World of Warcraft or like World of Warcraft Classic or you know, the Super Mario speed running shit or just any of it, right? I think it's pretty cool. Like it's part of like the charm of these old games. I hate to like be so like oh the charm, but it's like no, I mean it really is just like part of the fun of it all. Like you know, on one of my old games, there's like a technique of boosting where you have like a level 1 character in with the rest of the group, and just the way that like the number fucking bullshit gets calculated, it ends up just like super boosting like the experience for the level 1, but as well as like you know all the rest of the people in the group. Oh, I gotta fucking take off the staff and talk to homeboy again. From the times where devs didn't patch out everything unintended. Yeah. And I mean, dude, that's a large part of my frustration with the Season of Discovery. Was, you know, they just, especially as a content creator, they just nerfed so much of the fun. And, you know, for me in particular, just doing kind of like cheesy shit as like my content or whatever, it's like just it being constantly nerfed or changed or this or that, like it just kind of ruined it for me. And that was really frustrating because like you know there were so many other people before me doing like mage stuff, like mage boosting, doing like the same thing, you know, doing big AoE pulls and blah blah blah. Blizzard never nerfed that, But as soon as hunters are doing it in season discovery, oh, it's a big fucking deal because, you know, this person made a video on it and that, you know, blah, blah, blah. And like saying like it's too OP and, you know, they're a bigger streamer or YouTuber, so we have to listen to them or blah, blah, blah. It's like so old. Again, like that is one of like my biggest frustrations with World of Warcraft is it's such a boys club when it comes to like the content creator dev kind of side of things.
Hunter
Like,
rumor completed.
and I get it. Like, don't be so naive, Jay. Like, of course, that's how the world works. But it is still just kind of frustrating. You know, be like, you know, it's like tantamount to like insider trading. It's like, how am I supposed to like ever like, you know, be able to make content and do stuff on the cutting edge if this guy just has all the insider info of what's going on in the first place? Hey, herbivore, nice. You got a first KC enhanced on regular gauntlet. Yo, Steez. Steez double B's. Welcome in and grats, dude. That's fucking gnarly. That's fucking nutty. Let's check it out there for you. Let's see the proof. Gauntlet completion count. 1. Obtained 1 of 5. That's fucking nuts. The gauntlet. What is the 100th? What is that saying? 50th, 100th, like what's that doing? 100th percentile of luck. God damn. Fucking A, dude parsed 100 on fucking looting. That's fucking nutty. In the jungle, the mighty herbivore is tonight. Yeah, fucking parsed and clogged. Yeah, dude, that's fucking wild. Because like, I mean, that's literally like what parsing is. Like, I hate that it gets like used as like, it gets like used incorrectly as like a term of speech. Like people will be like, I'm parsing, you know, like, look at me, I'm parsing, you know, like I'm doing so much damage, I'm parsing. It's like, you're dividing? I don't think that word means what you think it means. Like, I don't know. They think it just means like, I don't know what they think it means other than like, I'm doing big damage or something. Like, people are fucking dumb. I don't know. That's just, it's like, it's one of my weirdest like pet peeves. Plugins both fun and despair. Yeah, I feel like that one would be I feel like that would be tough for me to like, because it would be all I think about is like my percentile of like my luck and like, oh god damn it, I am like 80% less lucky than everybody else, you know, like it would fuck me up. And this game does that just, you know, already just because of how much you do know like what the drop rates of like X, Y, or Z thing is. And and then, you know, if you don't get it like within that certain time or whatever else, then you kind of go like, oh well, you know, I should have it by now. But it's like, it's RNG. There's no like, I don't know, should have it isn't like really a thing. It's like saying I have a bad random number generator, right? Yeah. Technically, they did input a string of text into Warcraft logs, I guess. No, yeah, but it's like, I don't know. There's like, they're saying it like while they're like damaging or whatever, or like, dude, they'll be like top of the damage meter, and they'll be like, oh, I parsed that fight so good, and it's like, I parsed it, like, That doesn't mean like what you think it means. Like that phrase doesn't mean like what you think it does. Like what you're trying to say is like I did such good damage on that fight. I was top damage on the fight. But like especially like when it comes to like having a parse, it's like it's not just you versus everybody. It's you versus the people like you. It's druids, feral druid versus feral druid, hunter versus hunter, marksman hunter versus marksman hunter, like blah blah blah. It's a complete apples to apples kind of comparison or whatever. And people be like, I parsed so good on that fight. It's like, I mean, I guess like maybe you did, but it's like, it's like they just think one word means another.
Hunter rumor completed.
It just bugs the shit out of me for no reason. Rare drop should have some kind of dry protection though, ideally. Yeah, I could understand that. I've heard the argument that people have said if there's bad luck protection, then that means less spoons. But I don't know why. I don't know. I don't really follow that line of logic. I don't think I understand. Because like I don't know. I think like from what I'm understanding at least, like it would be like, well, if we put bad luck protection, then we have to put something else in there to make it so that you like don't get it within like the first 50, but don't go more than 500 without getting it. But it's like, I don't know, who's to say that that first part has to be there? Like who's to say they're gonna like turn down like the RNG if they add in like bad luck protection? You know what I mean? Like that part I don't necessarily understand. Just flexing the cash stack. Yeah, just a cool little 2.2 milli. Ain't no thing. Ultimately, there's one actual unluckiest player in the game. Imagine being that person. And their name is Shobek. No. But like that is kind of funny to think like statistically there is the unluckiest person in RuneScape. Like, that we've seen like different tasty life videos or whatever else, right? Where it's like, people going like absurdly dry or whatever, right? Like they're the person in the math problem where it's like, if, Johnny didn't receive, a piece of gear till the end of time, how many runs would that be? It's like 11 million. Like this guy's done 11 million CGs. No fuck. Like this dude's done 11 million CGs and he's lost loot. Somehow loot has left his fucking bank. Igalo kudasai bankai enemies. It's how D2 bosses are done. How do you mean? Which part? I kind of maybe talked over that, blind monkey. Players get hundreds of hours of content at endgame grinding for loot with bad luck. Jagex adds back luck protection. Hundreds of hours become dozens. Players complain there's nothing to do at endgame. Yeah, that's a good point. I can see where, adding in bad luck protection, shortens the game. I do see that. My thing that I didn't understand was when people were saying there would be less spoons if there were bad luck protection. I just didn't understand like where they were coming from with that. Like almost like you had to code in worst luck in like the beginning, or like just make it so that people like can't get too lucky because you added bad luck protection, kind of as like a what's it called? A consolation. It's like, oh well, you won't go super dry, but you're also not going to get it in the first 50. It's like, I don't know where it says like in the rule book that they have to do it like that. Bad luck protection, you're only reducing the grind for the unluckiest, ideally. No, yeah, and I think Tethy's just kind of laying it out for me just so that I understand. I don't think they necessarily think this way one way or the other. Some people love killing corpse 6,000 times. I mean, shit, there's nothing stopping them from doing it, though. But, like, I see what Oni's saying, too, where it's like, you know, there could be kind of like a middle ground where it's like, you know, yeah, you know, I get what you're saying. You don't want to shorten up the grinds so that people still have, like, shit to do. But you could just make, you know, not just make it, but, like, you could possibly make it where, you know, it's just helping for those edge cases, kind of like we're saying, where it's like, you know, somebody just goes like absurdly dry. But I don't know. He killed 4,000 gorillas, no monkey tail, 17 Zenite shards. Are monkey tails important? Because, like, I saw that shit, like, I don't know, like, I saw that I could, like, after I do Monkey Madness 2, I can, like, do Hunter with those maniacal monkeys or whatever the fuck. And, like, part of what they drop is, like, a damage tail or, like, really rarely, like, a 1 in 4,000, like, monkey tail. Oh, maybe you're just kind of illustrating that, like, what, you know, just RNG used to make the ballista, which people don't really use. Okay, yeah, I did see that about the ballista, which, you know, was kind of like, it was funny because, like, I, you know, only recently heard about the ballista at first from when we were, you know, the fucking tormented demons or whatever, because, you know, that's like a strat. People will take, like, you know, a slow range weapon like a ballista and a slow melee thing, in order to, like, get an extra big hit at, like, certain points during the fight, because there's, like, times where it'll take increased damage from, like, a slow hard hitting attack or whatever the fuck. Great for PvP. Makes sense. That's usually the case with PvP. Like, at least that I found in games is, like, you'll, you know, big, hard hitting, slow things are good because, like, it allows for, like, actions in between doing the actual hits and then those hits having bigger value. You know, generally seems like PvP kind of stuff. 18 million per shard? Fucking A, enemies. That'd be nutty. No, I feel that, Tethy. Like, you're just saying what you've seen in other games. Complain that the end game grind sucks, make the end game grind easier, and then those players get upset that they completed it. I mean, yeah, that's like a classic fucking World of Warcraft thing where it's like, oh, look at all these content creators. They rushed the content and now they're surprised they have nothing to do. And it's like, I don't know. It's a very valid argument oftentimes, but there are some times where it's like, I don't know, like, they'll say that, but it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, sure, we rushed the content, but there was, like, no content to rush. Like, you know, it all depends on different situations and shit. But, like, sometimes, you know, sometimes it's a valid critique, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like, yo, dude, there really is nothing to do though. Like, the bosses are 1 in 240 instead of 1 in 720, so they're bad luck protected, kind of. But it's also harder to get spooned. But why is it harder to get spooned though? That's the part that I guess I don't understand. You like the Yama drop system, you can still get super lucky, get all 3 armor pieces with no dupes. But if you go super giga dry or get a bunch of dupes, you can craft the pieces you're missing. I like that. I like that. Where, yeah, you can, like, you can still craft it. Like, I like that. you're still getting like pieces towards the thing, you know? Deleting my T3 to own the libs and have new endgame content is wild comms. It's fucking nutty. What time is it, guys? 1:43. As much as I want to stay up and fuck around and all that kind of shit, I think we're gonna send it off. We've had a good night. Did a lot of rumors, got a lot of level, or like, you know, nearly 2 levels in Hunter. Got some nice supplies and shit. Dude, like, look at all these herbs. Like, low-key, we get a lot of herbs from, like, Hunter and Herbivore. Like, we've been kicking ass. Got a bunch of meat tonight, too, actually. Got a lot of this raw moonlight. Got it like 100 sunlight antelope. And like we got like this 100 basically tonight. Like, I don't know, we already had this or whatever basically, but got a lot of shit here. Yeah, just a nice kind of chill, kind of more podcasty-esque night. Appreciate y'all being here and stuff for it. We're gonna keep on trying to hit partner. So if you guys, you know, want to stick around, come around another time, all that kind of shit, it definitely helps. We need to hit a 75 viewer average and maintain that. God, LSJ's been going for fucking ever, but let's send it. Because God knows he's still probably going to be on for a while. Oh, he's got his fucking... Dude, she's thieving for him. I love it. Love you guys. Yo, enemies, Tethi, Kamikaze, Oni, TD, all that enemies, Yoked. If you guys want me to say your name, just say something. Norma, Riley, Steez, Muddadile, Majestic. Appreciate you guys, for real. I do. Stream's been good. I've been having fun. I think we're gonna keep on doing our thing as we can. Wait, who did I forget? Who did I not get there? Love you guys. Parody? Wait, who in the chat's named Parody? God fucking damn it, Tethi. Ban your bitch ass. You take my good nature and you fucking crush it. Take it easy, guys. Love y'all.